Chapter 42 The Outer Court Exam begins. In these last 3 days, Yang Yi didn't cultivate the sword control technique, and he placed all his attention onto the sword chi finger and energy split sword technique. Even though the sword control technique was formidable, it was unable to be of any use in a short period of time, whereas had already learned these two techniques, and they could be of use during the exam. 3 days of time passed in the blink of an eye. The outer court exam wasn't held on the training grounds, and it was held on Exam Peak instead. Exam Peak was a small peak that was originally desolate and extremely cold. However, if the day of the outer court exam arrived, then this peak would become the most bustling place in the entire sword sect. Early in the morning, the sky had just lit up slightly when around 3,000 youths were standing on the enormous square on Exam Peak. These youths were all around 17 years of age, and there were even some that were younger. Even though they were young, but no one dared to look down upon them because they were the geniuses that came from cities in the sword sect's surroundings. It wasn't exaggerated to call them geniuses because it was extremely difficult to attain the 6th rank of the mortal realm before the age of 17. Otherwise, it wouldn't be only around 3,000 people that had come to participate in the outer court exam from amongst the population of a few million in the cities in the sword sect's vicinity. As he stood in the crowd, Yang Yi gazed at the excited and happy expressions of those youths, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. He was just like these youths when had just arrived at the sword sect. However, after he experienced the life of a labor disciple, no matter if it was his mentality or other aspects, all of them had matured. So, he would definitely not be excited and happy like these youths in the surroundings. In his opinion, becoming an inner court disciple was his true objective. He wasn't reaching for something beyond his grasps, and it was instead because he was extremely confident of his own ability. When the sun gradually rose into the sky and sunlight shone down onto Exam Peak, 3 outer court elders appeared on the platform at the front of the square. When they noticed the appearance of these 3 elders, all the youths beneath the platform instantly became restless. They hadn't become restless because of these elders, and it was instead because the exam was about to begin. As he gazed at the 3,000 youths beneath the platform, Chao Hua frowned lightly, and his gaze swept from left to right before he sighed in a low voice in the end. There are only 3,200 plus people this year, and it's much fewer than last year. If this continues, then our sword sect would have no successors. Feng Yu nodded while standing at his side and said, "Yeah, I heard that there are around 100,000 geniuses that participate during the Origin School's outer court exam. The 2 palaces have a few tens of thousands as well, and even the other 2 sects have over 10,000 geniuses. However, our sword sect only has a few thousand. If this continues, and if we don't reduce the standards for recruitment, then our sword sect's outer court will probably be in an embarrassing state of having no one within it. Lowering the standards is only a temporary relief." Elder Qian shook his head and said, "If the standards are lowered, then the sword sect would only deteriorate with every generation and would be unable to avoid becoming a second-rate power in the end. I think that we should strive to obtain resources, and if a disciple of the sword sect can kill his way into the ascension rankings, then we'd be able to obtain a few more cities. With that, this sort of situation would definitely be turned around." When then they heard him mention the ascension rankings, Feng Yu and Chao Hua instantly sighed lightly, and Chao Hua said while laughing bitterly, "Brother Qian, how could the sect master and the others not be aware of this principle? However, how difficult is it to enter the ascension rankings? Are any one of those geniuses on the ascension rankings not heaven-defying fellows? Especially those geniuses from the Imperial Academy and Origin School. Even we might not necessarily be able to obtain any advantages while going against them." Feng Yu sighed and said, "To think that my sword sect was so prosperous 100 years ago. At that time, even the Origin School had to avoid the edge of our swords. I never expected that it would decline to such a state after 100 years." Elder Qian revealed a bitter smile as well when he heard this, and then he said, "Yeah, in the last 10+ years, since Fairy Su entered the Ascension rankings, there actually hasn't been a single disciple that was able to enter the Ascension rankings, causing our sword sect to face such a situation. At the bottom of it all of us failed all those years ago." Chao Hua swept the people beneath the platform with his gaze, and then he said, I heard that a 16-year-old young man from Snow River City that has attained the ninth rank of the mortal realm will be participating in the exam. If he didn't utilize any medicinal pills and other external forces to improve his cultivation, then attaining the ninth rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16 would definitely allow him to become another monstrous genius of our sword sect. Feng Yu nodded and said, I've heard of him as well. That young man seems to be called Jiang Yuan. Supposedly, he's known as the most outstanding genius from Snow River City in the last 100 years. If the rumors are true, then after those fellows on the outer court rankings become inner court disciples, this kid will probably be able to become the #1 expert in the outer court. Elder Qian smiled with ridicule at the side. Most outstanding genius in 100 years? Is it more monstrous than Yang Ye's gold element profound energy? If the others knew that Yang Yi possessed gold element profound energy, then those peak masters and all the elders of the sword sect would be shocked. However, he wouldn't tell them about it because he respected Yang Ye's choice. Meanwhile, Chao Hua raised his head to glance at the sun above him, and then he said, Brother Feng, you preside over the first stage. When he heard this, Feng Yu adjusted his mental state before taking a few steps forward. He gazed at the slightly immature youths below, while a wisp of a gratified expression floated up into appearance within his eyes. He raised his hands, causing the originally slightly clamorous voices from below to instantly vanish, and everyone went completely quiet. Feng Yu said, Everyone, I'm an outer court elder, Feng Yu. All of you can call me Elder Feng. I'm one of the elders that will be presiding over the exam this time. Firstly, I represent the sword sect in welcoming all of you. Secondly, congratulations because being able to stand here proves that you're extraordinary. Even if you're unable to become an outer court disciple of the sword sect, your accomplishments in the future will definitely be outstanding. After speaking for a long time, Feng Yu got to the point and said, the exam is divided into 3 stages. The first stage will test the foundation of your cultivations. The objective of this stage is to eliminate those that improve their cultivations through the use of medicinal pills or those who possessed unstable cultivations. Now, I'll emanate the imposing might of my cultivation at the King Realm, and those that are able to endure it until the end will be considered to have passed. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yu's figure flashed, and he flashed into the sky above the youths. After that, the profound energy within his body circulated, and a strand of terrifying, imposing aura surged out explosively from his body. In the end, it pressed down like a hill towards all the youths beneath him. Some youths were caught off guard, and they directly collapsed to the ground under the might of this pressure. In less than 15 minutes of time, almost half the participants had collapsed to the ground, and people were still collapsing. When they saw half the youths had already collapsed, Elder Qian and Elder Chao was brows furrowed because the quality of these participants was horrible. A group of youths wearing green robes were watching those youths on the square from afar. There were around 50 youths in this group, and Lu Qingyu, who Yang Yu was about to fight on the life and death arena, was amongst them. However, surprisingly, as someone that was ranked at the 19th position on the outer court rankings, Lu Qingyu actually wasn't at the front of the group. If an outer court elder was here, that elder would definitely feel that it was normal because these 50 outer court disciples were all disciples on the rankings. They were the most elite batch of disciples in the outer court. So, Lu Qingyu could only be considered to be ordinary amongst this group of people. When he saw that half the youths had collapsed after less than 15 minutes had passed, a youth in the lead who had a black mole shook his head and said, no matter if it's in terms of numbers of quality, the outer court disciples this time are too much inferior to those from our years. How boring. So boring. I hope that most outstanding genius in 100 years from Snow River City doesn't disappoint me. A round-faced young man at the side of the young man with a black mole shook his head and said, to think that during our year, only around 1,000 youths from amongst the 5,000 participating youths collapsed during the first stage. Yet based on this current situation, there'll probably be 2,000 youths from this batch that collapse, and if Elder Feng doesn't hold back, then that number will probably rise even higher. As for that so-called genius, if he really attained the 9th rank of the mortal realm as the rumors say, then he can be considered to be a monstrous genius. A monstrous genius? The young man with a black mode laughed with ridicule and said, Even if he attained the first heaven realm at the age of 16, he can't call himself a monstrous genius in the outer court. Because with that demonic woman here, how can anyone in the outer court dare to call himself a monstrous genius? When he heard the words demonic woman, the expressions of the youths in the surroundings changed, and dense fear appeared in their eyes. After a short while, the young man with a round face laughed bitterly and said, "That demonic woman seized the position of first on the outer court rankings as soon as she arrived at the sword sect, and I heard that she frequently challenges the outer court elders in battle. Such natural talent. Others say that we're monstrous geniuses, yet when we're compared to here, we're countless times more inferior." The young man with a black mole sighed lightly as well. Under her radiance, we who are the second and third on the outer court rankings have almost been overlooked by the elders. We must work hard, otherwise, when we meet her again, she might disregard us just like she disregards the other disciples. The young man with a round face nodded in agreement. They were geniuses amongst geniuses, yet after they encountered that demonic woman, they didn't dare call themselves geniuses any longer because that demonic woman really dampened their spirits. On the square, Yang Yi remained composed and wasn't affected by the pressure at all. His foundation was extremely solid and had even experienced life and death battles. Moreover, had experienced the pressure from spirit realm experts. So when facing the pressure emanated by an expert at the King realm and under the condition that Chaohua had held back, he wasn't affected at all. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes and looked to his right. At this moment, there was a young man around the age of 16 on his right, and the young man was looking at him. The young man wore a gorgeous white robe and had a handsome appearance. Even though the young man's appearance was slightly immature, his entire body was covered in a wealthy disposition, and the arrogant expression on his face wasn't really concealed. Of course, most importantly, the young man was just like Yang Yi. He wasn't affected by the pressure emanated by a King realm expert at all, and this caused Yang Yi to be slightly surprised in his heart. When he saw Yang Yi look at him, Zhang Yuan instantly withdrew his gaze and said in a low voice, "Look like not all the participants in this outer court exam are trash. It's good that there is some slightly better grass to serve as contrast, otherwise, it would be too boring." Yang Yi withdrew his gaze as well, and then he closed his eyes and rested his mind once more. Perhaps the young man's strength wasn't bad, yet it was utterly meaningless to Yang Yi. After an hour passed, Feng Yu restrained his imposing aura before turning around and flashing onto the platform. When he noticed that an expanse of youths had collapsed on the ground and only 1,000 youths remained, Feng Yu shook his head slightly and sighed lightly. Head already held back, yet Head never expected that so many would still be eliminated. So it was obvious how he felt at this moment. As soon as Feng Yu restrained his imposing aura, many people instantly heaved sighs of relief. Yang Yi shook his head inwardly when he noticed this. If Elder Feng continued for a while longer, or slightly strengthened the pressure he emanated, there would probably be even more people that collapsed. As he gazed at those youths that had collapsed around him, a wisp of a disdainful sneer appeared on the corners of Jiang Yuan's mouth, and he said in a light voice, "Trash. All of you can't even endure the mere imposing aura of a King realm expert." As soon as he finished, he turned around to look at Yang Yi, and he revealed a teasing smile. Yang Yi frowned when he noticed the young man's expression. There really are a lot of idiots that look for trouble. Meanwhile, Elder Qian took a few steps forward, and he gazed at the remaining 1,000 youths as he said, "Those that have collapsed, head to the side immediately, whereas those that are still standing should immediately meditate and rest. The second stage will begin in an hour." Chapter 43 Lost in the Illusion? An hour of time passed in the blink of an eye. After everyone finished resting, Elder Qian that stood on the platform opened his eyes, and he glanced at the 1,000 youths that stood ramrod straight below the platform. When he saw Yang Yi, his gaze stopped for a moment before he nodded slightly, and then he said in a clear voice, "The second stage will test your wills towards the sword Dao. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the back. All the youths hurriedly followed him when they heard this. Moreover, it wasn't just those 1,000 youths, and even the others that were eliminated had followed along as well. Even though they'd been eliminated, the sword sect still allowed them to stay behind and watch. An illusion formation? The young man with a black mode grinned as he followed along as well, and all the other disciples behind him hurriedly follow him. In next to no time, all of them arrived before an enormous camouflage-colored ring of light under Elder Qian's lead. The camouflage-colored ring of light was extremely large, and it wasn't a problem for it to accommodate a few thousands of people. All sorts of symbols flickered within the ring of light, and these symbols moved according to a certain pathway. So, this is an illusion formation. Yang Yi spoke in a light voice as he gazed at the ring of light before him. Had heard of illusion formations in the past. Supposedly, it was set up by a formation master of the sword sect in the past, and it even possessed numerous symbols with strange functions that were inscribed by talisman masters. Because of these symbols, one would enter into an illusion upon standing into the ring of light. Thus, it was called an illusion formation. However, the illusion created by this illusion formation was different from the illusion created by the bracelets he gave Su Qingshi, because this illusion formation merely tested one's will, and the injuries one experienced within the illusion wouldn't be carried forward into reality. On the other hand, the bracelets he gave Su Qingshi would cause one to suffer a heavy injury in reality as well. Elder Qian turned around and looked at everyone as he said, "This formation is called an illusion formation. From the moment the formation is activated, those that are unable to wake up after the time for 3 incense sticks to burn will be eliminated. Head in right now." When they heard this, the 1,000 youths hurriedly entered the ring, and then they awaited the arrival of the illusion. After he saw all of them had entered the ring, Elder Qian said in a low voice, "Remember, everything is an illusion." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a talisman flew into the sky above the ring. In the next moment, the symbols in the blue ring started to circulate at high speeds. The heavens and the earth around him spun while the scene before Yang Ye's eyes changed. And when he saw the scene that appeared before his eyes, Yang Ye's eyes instantly turned red. It was that familiar city, that familiar street, that familiar stone house. It was everything familiar to him. This was South Peace City, and this stone house before him was the home that had known since he was young. He was extremely familiar with all of this, and he wouldn't even get lost while walking with his eyes closed. Yang Yi slowly walked towards the long wooden bench before the stone house. As he gazed at it, his gaze gradually moistened. In the past, Yang Yi, his mother, and his younger sister would frequently sit here. His mother would sit at the center doing needlework while allowing him and his younger sister to massage her legs. After a short while, his gaze moved up, and on the wall was a mural drawn with charcoal. When he saw this drawing, there was warmth in Yang Ye's heart, and his eyes moistened further. The drawing was of a young girl with pigtails that was holding the hand of a young boy. The young girl was exactly his younger sister, little Yao, and the young boy was naturally him. However, someone had drawn 2 pigtails on the young boy's head, causing the young boy to become a young girl. This drawing had been drawn by none other than Yang Yi himself, whereas the pigtails on the young boy's head was a prank that little Yao had played. Creak. Right at this moment, the wooden door of the stone hour was suddenly opened, and then a young girl around the age of 15 and a woman around the age of 30 walked out from within the house. The young girl's hair was tied into pigtails, and she wore an extremely old yet very clean dress. She had willow leaf-shaped brows, lively eyes, and a fine nose. Even though her clothes were old, they were unable to conceal her pretty appearance. The woman was similarly wearing an old dress, yet it was extremely clean as well. The woman was around 30 years of age, had willow-shaped brows, slanted eyes, an oval-shaped face, and an ample and delicate figure. However, her face and hands already carried the traces of age and hardships. Especially her hands, the thick layer of calluses her hands could be seen from extremely far away. When the young girl saw Yang Yi, her eyes lit up, and then they turned red. She immediately ran over to Yang Yi and hugged him tightly as she said, "Big brother, why have you only returned now? Why have you?" As she spoke, she was already choking with sobs. Yang Ye's hand remained stiff in midair for a long time, and his hand finally descended onto the young girl's back when he felt the tears on his chest. After that, Yang Yi said unconsciously, "Hasn't Big Brother returned now? Don't cry." Little Yao's face will puff up and become ugly if you continue crying. I don't care. I don't care. It's your fault for not returning for 2 years. It's all your fault. He'll cry and fill you with guilt. The young girl's head went closer into Yang Ye's embrace as she sobbed and spoke. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman walked over to Yang Yi, and then she stretched out her hand to rub his head. After that, she touched his face while revealing an affectionate expression, and she said in a gentle voice, "You must have suffered in the sword sect during these years. It's good that you're back now. We'll go make your favorite sweet and sour pork later." Mother. Yang Yi felt like there was a lump in his throat, and his eyes moistened once more. He said, "You've really suffered during these years. Don't worry, from today onwards, I won't allow you and little Yao to suffer any more hardships. I promise." Silly child. The woman smiled and said, "So long as you and Yao are fine, then mother is willing to suffer any hardships. All right, you rare come home, so let's not speak about all of this. Mother will go make sweet and sour pork for you. Yao has missed it for a very long time." "No, I didn't." Meanwhile, little Yao raised her head and refuted. As they gazed at little Yao, whose still hard crystalline tears hanging on her face, the woman and Yang Yi instantly started smiling. In reality, only Yang Yi alone remained within the blue ring. The others had either awakened or completely lost themselves within the illusions. At this moment, the gazes of a few thousands of people in the surroundings had descended onto Yang Yi, who stood within the ring. Some gazes carried disdain, some took pleasure in Yang Yi's misfortune, some were curious, and so on and so forth. Elder Qian glanced at the incense stick burner on the stone table before the ring of light. The last incense stick within the burner was already halfway to the end, and Yang Yi still hadn't awoken, causing Elder Qian to be unable to help but clench his fists. At the same time, he was extremely bewildered in his heart. He was extremely clearly aware of Yang Yi's will, and it was something that had been tempered since a young age. Moreover, after Yang Yi arrived at the sword sect, Yang Yi had fallen from heaven straight down into hell, yet Yang Yi still hadn't given up. So, how could such will be weak? It definitely couldn't be considered to be weak, yet why hadn't Yang Yi awakened? Moreover, if Yang Yi had fallen fully into the illusion, then he ought to have been eliminated. However, Yang Yi was still standing there with an extremely calm expression, and Elder Qian wondered what the reason behind this was. It was just Elder Qian who was bewildered. Even Feng Yu and Chao Hua were puzzled and bewildered because it was too illogical. The young man with a black mole gazed at Yang Yi as he said in a low voice, "He's slightly interesting." The young man with a round face nodded and said, "Indeed." When he heard the two of them, Lu Qingyu that stood behind them laughed coldly. "Interesting? A person like this who possesses a weak will is interesting indeed." At the same time, he felt slightly regretful that he agreed to fight Yang Yi after 3 months because such a piece of trash wasn't worthy to fight him. Without realizing it, another quarter of the incense stick had burned, and only the last quarter remained. Yet Yang Yi still hadn't awakened. At this moment, Zhang Yuan, who had closed his eyes and was resting his mind at the side, had suddenly opened his eyes. He walked over to Elder Qian and cupped his fists towards Elder Qian before he said, "Elder Qian, in my opinion, this person has already sunk into the illusion, and he doesn't have any qualification to become a disciple of the sword sect any longer. He should be eliminated." Originally, he felt slight anticipation towards Yang Yi's results, yet he could help but be disappointed when he noticed Yang Yi was stuck within the illusion for so long. Because a person with a weak will like this didn't have any ability to serve as contrast to him. Eliminate him? Directly eliminate him? On what basis does he make all of us wait? Exactly, why would the sword sect recruit someone with such a weak will like him? To carry out odd jobs? Carry out odd jobs? Could it be that you don't know? That young man is a labor disciple of the sword sect. Supposedly, had been recruited as an outer court disciple in the past, yet never had anyone imagined that he would actually be unable to become a profounder after a year. In the end, he was reduced to a labor disciple, and he even obtained the nickname of #1 piece of trash in the sword sect. What? He's really a labor disciple? Eliminate him. Eliminate him. I don't want to become a fellow disciple of such a person. Exactly. I would be ashamed to tell anyone that I'm a disciple of the sword sect if I'm a fellow disciple of such a person. For a time, the originally quiet area had suddenly become clamorous, and it wasn't just those youths who'd passed this stage that were calling for Yang Yes elimination. Even the eliminated youths at the side were doing the same. The youths that passed were calling for Yang Yes elimination because they were ashamed to be a disciple of the same sect as Yang Yi, whereas those eliminated youths were mostly kicking up a fuss because they had the mentality that since they were eliminated, then others should be eliminated as well. Elder Qian glanced coldly at Jiang Yuan. If Jiang Yuan wasn't the first to awake from the illusion and had attained the 9th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16, Elder Qian would berate him without the slightest hesitation. However, when Elder Qian thought about Jiang Yuan's natural talent, he could only suppress the rage in his heart. He didn't spare another glance at Jiang Yuan and swept his gaze towards the others as he said, "Silence. The sword sect has its own rules. Since the rule was 3 incense sticks of time, then it's 3 incense sticks of time. Just wait, and if you're unwilling to wait, then get the fuck out." When they saw Elder Qian flare up, all of them instantly didn't dare continue speaking, and all of them went quiet. No matter what, they still didn't possess the ability to go against an outer court elder now. Jiang Yuan was shocked in his heart as well. He knew that had offended this outer court elder that stood before him. However, he became indifferent to it in the blink of an eye. He believed that so long as he revealed his trump card, then numerous elders would be trying to rope him in, and when he thought up to here, Jiang Yuan withdrew himself to the side while the gaze he shot at Yang Yi turned hostile. Chapter 44 Sword Servant Pagoda. In the stone house, Yang Yi, his younger sister, and his mother sat before a dining table made of rock. There were 3 dishes and a bowl of soup on the table. All 3 dishes were meat dishes, and they were all dishes that Yang Yi really loathed to eat, especially that plate of sweet and sour pork at the center. And it wasn't just his favorite, it was Little Yao's favorite as well. Even though both of them really loved to eat sweet and sour pork, but unless it was an important occasion, they would utterly not have the chance to eat it. Because eating meat was an extremely extravagant thing for their family. "Big brother, have some?" Little Yao clamped a piece of sweet and sour pork before placing it on Yang Yes' bowl, and then she clamped one onto the woman's bowl. In the end, she clamped a piece for herself. However, she didn't eat it, and she stretched out her little tongue to lightly lick the sweet and sour pork, and then she revealed an intoxicated expression. "Child, quickly eat. There's still a lot in the plate." The woman stretched out her hand to rub Little Yao's head while she spoke in a gentle voice. On the other hand, Yang Yi felt like there was a lump in his throat, and a strand of self-blame and guilt surged into his heart. If I was capable, then Little Yao and Mother wouldn't have to suffer such hardships. If I was capable, then Little Yao and Mother wouldn't be bullied by the Liu clan. As the only man in this family, I made my younger sister and mother suffer such injustice. I'm so useless. Big brother, quickly have some. You look so thin, so eat a few pieces of sweet and sour pork to replenish your strength. Meanwhile, Little Yao clamped another piece of pork and placed it on Yang Yes' bowl as she spoke. "Exactly." The woman gazed at Yang Yi with a loving expression and said, "You've probably suffered a lot of hardships in the sword sect, so eat a bit more." As she spoke, she clamped a piece of pork and placed it in Yang Yes' bowl. Yang Yes' tears couldn't help but slowly seep out when he heard this. He picked up the chopstick and forced out a smile before he clamped up a piece of pork and started to eat. The woman smiled when she saw Yang Yi eating. However, she didn't eat herself. She just gazed at Yang Yi before gazing at Little Yao for a while, and then she revealed a gratified expression in her eyes. In next to no time, Yang Yi finished the sweet and sour pork in his bowl. After that, he raised his head to look at the woman and Little Yao with an extremely calm expression, and there were no more fluctuations of emotion on his face any longer. "Big brother, don't look at Yaoer like that. Yaoer is slightly nervous." Little Yao seemed to be slightly afraid when she was stared at by Yang Yes' emotionless eyes, and she spoke timidly. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" When she noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Yang Yi, the woman hurriedly stood up and spoke with concern. Yang Yi didn't speak, and he just glanced deeply at the woman and Little Yao, and then he closed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, Sword chi flashed through the surroundings, and then two strands of blood sprayed onto the ground. At the same time, Yang Yi felt the scene before him shatter, while his mind felt slightly dizzy. After a few breaths of time, Yang Yi opened his eyes. The people in the surroundings, exam peak, the blue ring, and everything else that was familiar to him appeared within his field of vision. He took a deep breath and paid no attention to the few thousands of gazes towards him as he walked directly to Elder Qian, and then he cupped his fists towards Elder Qian before walking to the side and remaining silent. Elder Qian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he didn't know what Yang Yi had encountered in the illusion, based on Yang Yi's display, Yang Yi had stayed true to his heart and hadn't gotten lost within it. But why didn't he choose to awaken right away? After thinking for a moment, Elder Qian stopped thinking about it because no matter what, it was fine so long as Yang Yi passed. Rest on the spot for an hour. The next stage will be a test of strength, said Elder Qian. When they heard him, all of them didn't dare object, nor did they dare cry about asking for Yang Yi's elimination. All of them sat cross-legged on the ground, and they held the energy stones distributed by the sword sect as they recovered the profound energy within their bodies. Zhang Yuan, who was not too far away from Yang Yi, glanced at the incense stick that had just finished burning, and then he glanced at Yang Yi, who remained silent. After that, he grunted coldly while deep disdain floated up into his eyes. Earlier, Head thought Yang Yi was an extraordinary figure, yet never had he imagined that Yang Yi was an outer court disciple that had been reduced to a labor disciple. When he thought about how Head offended an outer court elder because of this labor disciple, Zhang Yuan felt extremely unhappy in his heart. I hope you'll be able to persist until the top 10. Zhang Yuan spoke in a low voice, and then he withdrew his gaze. The reason he hoped that Yang Yi would be able to enter the top 10 was the top 10 disciples would participate in a competition. This competition didn't just provide rewards from the sword sect, there was also another meaning behind it. The higher one was ranked during the competition, the easier it would be for one to be selected by an elder for fostering. Moreover, one could even quickly establish a network of relationships through the competition. Of course, he hoped Yang Yi would be able to enter the top 10 mainly because he wanted to teach Yang Yi a lesson. The gaze of the young man with a black mole swept past all the youths that passed the second stage, and then his gaze descended onto Zhang Yuan in the end. He said, amongst the 600 people that passed, he woke up the quickest, and he utilized less than 100 breaths of time. He's probably that genius from Snow River City. The round-faced young man by the side of the young man with a black mole nodded and said, according to rumor, he's a 9th rank mortal realm profounder, and his true strength is probably at the peak of the 9th rank. After he becomes a disciple of the sect and is fostered by the sect for a period of time, he'll probably be able to advance into the 1st heaven realm. Moreover, if no other monstrous geniuses appear, then he'll probably be able to become the number 1 expert in the outer court, once the disciples from our batch become inner court disciples. The young man with a black mole said indifferently, such natural talent to attain the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16 is not bad indeed, and once he's fostered for some time, he'll definitely be very promising. However, it looks to me like he's extremely arrogant and doesn't know who to restrain his edge. Such a disposition will cause him to suffer a great deal in the future. The young man with a round face smiled as he said, it's extremely normal for young people to be arrogant when they're capable. Just think about it. Both of us were insufferably arrogant when that demonic woman hadn't arrived, and we didn't take anyone seriously. Even though we've restrained a great deal of our arrogance now, but am very clearly aware that we're still extremely proud in our bones. The only way to change this is to be struck down. The young man with a black mole nodded, and then he looked at Yang Yi and went silent for a short while before he said, he's extremely strange. His eyes were bright and clear when he awoke just now, and there weren't any fluctuations of emotions on his face. This proved that Head stayed true to his heart since the beginning of the illusion. So, why did he stay so long within the illusion? Perhaps he encountered an extraordinary beauty within the illusion. It wasn't the round-faced young man that spoke, and it was Lu Qingyu that had been constantly silent behind them. He didn't interrupt when the two of them spoke about Zhang Yuan, but he couldn't restrain himself when they spoke about Yang Yi. The young man with a black mole glanced indifferently at Lu Qingyu and said, as another disciple on the outer court rankings, Let me give you a piece of advice. Never underestimate your opponent. Lu Qingyu hurriedly nodded respectfully, and he seemed as if he would commit it to memory. However, he was indifferent in his heart. He still remembered that Yang Yi wasn't even able to resist a single move of his on that day. So how strong could Yang Yi have become in just around a month of time? He would just have to execute 2 moves at most. Yang Yi's eyes were slightly closed. He didn't absorb the energy within an energy stone. Truthfully speaking, the illusion from before had still affected him. In the past, Head devoted his life for the sake of his younger sister and mother, and he was still extremely shocked when his mother and younger sister, whom he hadn't met for a very long time, had appeared within the illusion. He was aware since the beginning that it was only an illusion, but he truly didn't desire to wake up so quickly. However, he knew that such thoughts were intolerable because this illusion formation could only be considered as an ordinary illusion formation, and if it was a high-level illusion formation, then he would definitely die from daring to stay within it. In short, his martial Tao had its weaknesses, and this weakness was his mother and younger sister. If he didn't deal with this problem, then some other problems might emerge in the future. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Once the exam is over, it's time for me to return home." An hour passed swiftly. Elder Chaohua arrived before the 600 youths that remained, and as he looked at them, the disappointment on Chaohua's face was difficult to conceal. The number of people that passed during the outer court exam this time was truly inferior when compared to the last exam. If it was the same next year, then the outer court of the sword sect would probably be in an embarrassing state of possessing no one that's capable. I hope those few monstrous geniuses will be able to enter the ascension rankings this time. Otherwise, the sword sect's future is worrying. Chaohua muttered in a light voice as he gazed at the 600 youths. After a short moment, Chaohua adjusted his emotions and said in a clear and bright voice, "The next stage will test your live combat experience. Come with me." When they heard this, all of the youths hurriedly stood up and followed behind Chaohua. "The Sword Servant Pagoda?" The young man with a black mole spoke in a low voice. The young man with a round face chuckled and said, "At that time, that demonic woman ascended to the 20th level, and she broke Senior Seuss record from over 10 years ago. I wonder if anyone will be able to challenge that demonic woman's record this time." "Is that even possible?" Someone spoke from behind. Chapter 45 Bet. The Sword Servant Pagoda resided on a lone small peak, and it covered an area of over 1 kilometer. It had a total of 29 levels, and every single level was around 15 meters in height. So, when one looked up at the pagoda from the ground, it was utterly impossible to lay eyes upon its top. Chaohua had a solemn expression as he gazed at the Sword Servant Pagoda before him. After a short while, he turned around to look at the youths behind him that had shocked and curious expressions. He said, "The Sword Servant Pagoda is a Tao artifact that the founding ancestor himself created all those years ago, and at the same time, it's one of our sword sect's ultimate treasures. It's greatly beneficial to all of you to cultivate within it. So, if it's possible, try your best to ascend as many levels as you can because the higher you go, then longer you can stay within it." The crowd clamored with noise when they heard Chaohua, and all of their gazes towards the Sword Servant Pagoda burned with desire. They'd never expected that the pagoda was actually a Tao artifact. What was a Tao artifact? It was a treasure that surpassed dark artifacts. Even though most of their origins weren't bad, but not to mention a Tao artifact, even Earth rank and profound rank dark artifacts were treasures that they'd rarely seen. Now, when they saw a Tao artifact of legend, how could they not be excited? Not to mention those youths. Even Yang Yi, who had a cold and steady disposition, was slightly excited. Earlier, when he noticed the symbols on the pagoda, he knew that the pagoda was definitely not ordinary. However, Head never imagined that this colossal structure would actually be a Tao artifact. Head experienced the might of an Earth-rank dark treasure, and it could be described as terrifying. So, as a Tao artifact that surpassed dark artifacts, how terrifying would its might be? Chaohua shook his head and smiled when he noticed the burning gazes that the youths revealed. Their expressions are more or less just like mine from all those years ago. He continued, "Don't get excited. Remember what I say next. After you enter the pagoda, a sword servant will appear at every level, and you'll be able to ascend to the next level by defeating the sword servant, whereas you'll be teleported out if you're defeated. Right? You'll have 2 hours to rest with every level you ascend. Elder Chow, can we utilize talisman and other external sources of strength within the pagoda? Meanwhile, a woman that wore a green dress walked over to Chow Hua and asked respectfully. As he gazed at this woman before him, Chow Hua revealed a gentle smile. During the 2-in stage, it was this woman before him and Jiang Yuan that performed the best. Moreover, all 3 of them who were examiners in the outer court exam were pleasantly surprised because this 16-year-old woman had actually attained the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm. This caused all 3 of them to be extremely excited. This test's objective is to test everyone's live combat ability. So, you can't utilize anything like energy stones or talismans. Chow Hua spoke in a gentle voice. The woman in a green dress cupped her fists towards Chow Hua upon hearing this, and then she withdrew to the side. It's merely an illusion formation, so why is there any need for any external sources of strength? Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan glanced at the woman in a green dress and spoke indifferently. Even though he spoke in an extremely calm tone, the disdain and provocative expression in the corners of his eyes weren't concealed at all. The woman's expression changed. She was respectful to the elder, but it didn't mean that she would be respectful to others. She immediately grunted coldly and said, "What high-sounding sentiments! But watch out, or you might cut your tongue." "Is that so?" Jiang Yuan suddenly started laughing, and he said, "I noticed that your performance in the illusion formation earlier was really good. So I wonder if you're interested in having a bet with me? What are we betting on?" The woman's brows raised as she spoke in a cold voice. In the city she was from, she had never been afraid of anyone. When he saw the 2 of them competing with each other, Chow Hua didn't stop them, and he started watching with interest instead. When he heard the woman, Jiang Yuan flipped his right hand, and a fiery red sword appeared in his hand. He held the fiery red sword as he said proudly, "Well bet on Hole be able to go higher in the pagoda. I'll bet this low-grade profound rank sword, crimson red." After he lost interest in Yang Yi, Jiang Yuan had found another person to serve as contrast for him. However, to his slight surprise, this woman in a green dress before him had attained the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16 as well. However, he wasn't afraid at all, and he was even more excited instead. With such a person to serve as contrast for him, his reputation would definitely become even more resounding. In the future, not only would he receive the attention of the higher-ups in the sword sect, it would be even easier for him to establish his own network in the sword sect. When they saw Jiang Yuan actually produce a profound rank dark artifact, all the others in the surroundings went into an uproar while the gazes of numerous young women towards Jiang Yuan carried a trace of burning desire. Jiang Yuan had a formidable cultivation, and he himself was handsome. Moreover, had casually produced a profound rank sword, so he was simply the epitome of a rich and handsome person. On the other hand, the gazes of some young men burned with desire as well. Of course, it didn't mean that they swung that way, and it was instead because they were already prepared to form a relationship with Jiang Yuan. They couldn't be said to seek out those who were strong and influential because wherever there were people, there was competition. These young men and young women had just entered the sword sect, so they definitely had to find someone to rely on first or form a small group. To the youths from poor families, Jiang Yuan, who possessed a formidable strength and was wealthy, was a good person to rely on. Yang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw Jiang Yuan casually produce a profound rank dark artifact. But he wasn't tempted by it because he possessed a profound rank treasure as well, and it was even a mid-grade profound rank treasure. However, he just couldn't utilize it. After feeling shocked for a moment, the expression of the woman in a green dress returned to normal. She refused to show weakness and flipped her hand to reveal a bright red and fist-sized fruit. She said, "A profound rank treasure, vermilion spirit fruit. Its value isn't inferior to your crimson red sword." Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised when he saw the woman casually produce a profound rank treasure. He took a glance at the fruit before he said, "All right, I'll join in as well." Right at this moment, a seemingly urgent voice resounded. When everyone noticed the owner of this voice, they were shocked. It was none other than Yang Yi had spoken. With Yang Yi's disposition, he would naturally not participate in such bets, but he had no other choice. When the women withdrew that vermilion spirit fruit, the little fellow that was sleeping within the tiny vortex had suddenly awakened. After that, it strongly requested that Yang Yi obtain possession of that fruit, and if Yang Yi didn't agree, then it would seize it. The little fellow's origins were mysterious, so how could he possibly allow the little fellow to show itself and seize the fruit? Moreover, it was the first time that the little fellow so urgently desired something. So, Yang Yi had no choice but to participate in this bet. When they noticed it was Yang Yi, not only were Jiang Yuan and the woman in a green dress slightly surprised, even Elder Chao Hua, who stood at the side, was slightly surprised. He naturally recognized Yang Yi. If it wasn't because of Yang Yi, then that little she-devil might have continued causing trouble for a long time on that day. However, he didn't understand why Yang Yi intended to participate in this bet. After all, Yang Yi's strength wasn't just a little bit inferior to Jiang Yuan and the woman. You? Jiang Yuan said with disdain. We have profound rank treasures. What do you have? Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and flipped his right palm, causing the profound rank sword to appear in his hand. He said, I have a profound rank treasure as well. That's enough, right? This time, it wasn't just Jiang Yuan and the woman that were surprised. Even the others in the vicinity were surprised. When had profound rank treasures become so ordinary? 3 have actually appeared in an instant. I agree. Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. She didn't mind siding with someone that didn't like Jiang Yuan because it would cause Jiang Yuan to feel displeased. When he heard the woman agree, Jiang Yuan grunted coldly and said, Since you desire to give your treasure away, then well, let you join in as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't spare another glance at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't have any good impression of this conceited and arrogant fellow before him, so he directly disregarded Jiang Yuan as well. After that, he nodded lightly to the woman as a form of greeting. When she saw Yang Yi greet her, she hesitated for a moment before she nodded slightly in greeting as well. At this moment, Chao Hua smiled as he said in a clear voice, The sword sect doesn't restrict its disciples from competing with each other because only with the pressure of competition would all of you be able to grow quickly. However, all of you must remember that while competition is allowed, all of you can't stab your competition in the back. Once you're discovered to have stabbed a fellow disciple in the back, then the sect will cripple your cultivation and kick you out from the sect. Be sure to keep that in mind. Everyone hurriedly nodded upon hearing this, and even Jiang Yuan and the woman in a green dress nodded hurriedly as well. They didn't dare object to it at all. Chao Hua nodded with satisfaction when he saw everyone nod, and then he said with a smile, Right, I have something to tell all of you. During an outer court exam of the past, someone ascended to the 20th level of the pagoda. This result is the best result in my sword sect for the last 100 years. I hope someone amongst all of you will be able to break this record and make a name for yourself in the sword sect. Chapter 46, Smashing Through All Obstacles. Yang Yi had just entered the sword servant pagoda when the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. When his vision recovered, he was already standing within a spacious hall. However, besides a staircase, this hall was completely empty, and there wasn't even a single person here. All the others that entered the pagoda with him weren't in this hall. Right when Yang Yi was bewildered, a black figure suddenly appeared over 10 m away from him. The black figure held a sword in hand and was completely pitch black. It was impossible to see the appearance of the figure clearly. However, Yang Yi felt that this black figure before him had locked onto him. This is a sword servant? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. When he thought up to hear, he flipped his right hand, and a sword appeared there. After that, he utilized gale steps and emanated a wave of cool wind as he stabbed according to the basic sword technique. Right at the instant that Yang Yi made a move, the black figure before him attacked as well. However, to Yang Yi's surprise, that black figure actually stabbed according to the basic sword technique as well. Moreover, no matter if it was technique or speed, it was exactly similar to his own. Yang Yi didn't have the time to give it any thought before he suddenly sped up, and then he flicked with his sword and flicked the black figure's sword away. After that, he swept with his right hand and slashed through the black figure's chest. The black figure instantly vanished upon being struck by Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't feel complacent from annihilating a sword servant with a single strike, because this sword servant was merely at the 7th rank of the mortal realm. After remaining silent on the spot for a while, Yang Yi said in a low voice, "Looks like the sword servants here copy the challenger's moves. If it really is like that, then it's a great place to train my sword techniques. However, the sword servants on this level are a bit too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked up to the 2nd level. When he arrived at the 2nd level, there were 2 sword servants standing there already. The strengths of these sword servants were no different than the sword servant at the 1st level. They were both at the 7th rank of the mortal realm, and the only difference was that there was an extra 1 more sword servant here when compared to the 1st level. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to unsheath his sword and execute gale steps in the basic sword technique. Just as had expected, after he executed these 2 techniques, the 2 sword servants before him had executed these 2 techniques as the first possible moment as well. Even though these sword servants utilized the same techniques as Yang Yi, they were instantly annihilated by Yang Yi. Sword servants at the 7th rank of the mortal realm were truly not threatening at all to Yang Yi, even if there were 2 of them. Outside the pagoda, Chao Hua gazed at the blood-red character at the center of the pagoda, and he said in a low voice, "Not bad. Someone has already arrived at the 6th level so quickly. It's probably either Jiang Yuan or Qing Xue." Feng Yu, who stood by Chao Hua's side, nodded and said with a smile, "The quality and quantity this year is slightly inferior when compared to last year. However, compared to the years of the past, it isn't too bad in terms of quality." 2 9th-rank Mortal Realm Profounders at the age of 16. After they join the sect and the sect fosters them briefly, they ought to be able to quickly become 1st Heaven Realm experts. Chao Hua nodded with a smile and said, "If they're able to attain the 1st Heaven Realm in around the next 8 months, then they ought to be able to head to the capital with those geniuses that are participating in the Ascension rankings this year. Even though they can't compete, having a look at the other geniuses of the Southern Territory is extremely beneficial to them." When the Ascension rankings were mentioned, the smile on Feng Ye's face was restrained, and he said, "Brother Hua, how many geniuses from our sword sect do you think will be able to fight their way onto the Ascension rankings this year?" Chao Hua's expression became solemn as well, and he went silent for a long time before he said, "I don't dare to say that those geniuses in the inner court that haven't advanced into the King realm will be able to, but that demonic woman in the outer court ought to be able to accomplish it. Of course, the precondition is that the Ghost sect and the other powers don't target our sword sect." Feng Yu said in a low voice, "The Ghost sect will definitely target our sword sect. However, our sword sect doesn't have to fear the Ghost sect. However, I wonder if the Origin School will target our sword sect this time. After all, when our sword sect suffered crushing defeats in the last few times, the shadow of the Origin School could be noticed behind all of it." Chao Hua was just about to say something when Elder Qian, who had been remaining silent at the side, had suddenly cried out in surprise, and he said, "Look, someone has already arrived at the 9th level." When they heard this, both of them raised their heads, and they saw that the large character had appeared at the center of the Sword Servant Pagoda. It was none other than Yang Yi, who had arrived at the 9th level. All along the way here, had already figured out the situation within the pagoda. The once level had a single 7th rank Mortal Realm Sword Servant, the tuned level had 2, the 3-red level had 3. When he arrived at the 4th level, the Sword Servant that appeared here wasn't a 7th rank Mortal Realm Profounder any longer, and it was at the 8th rank instead. Similarly, based on the examples from before, when he arrived at the 9th level now, he faced 3 sword servants at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Yang Yi had just ascended to the 9th level when 3 swords assaulted his face. After the sword servants became 9th rank mortal realm profounders, they'd already stopped moving according to the moves he made, and they utilized other sword techniques. When he sensed these 3 swords assaulting him, Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately utilized the gale steps to transform into a gust of wind that moved 3 to the side. Yang Yi had just moved away when the sword servants didn't slow down before immediately stabbing towards Yang Yi from 3 directions. Yang Yi didn't dare be careless. He suddenly stomped with his right foot, and he relied on the counterforce from this action and the gale steps movement technique to instantly arrive before the sword servant on his right. He didn't hesitate at all to directly stab his sword at the sword servant, whereas that sword servant didn't put up a defense or try to block his attack at all. It similarly stabbed its sword towards Yang Yi's chest, and it intended to take Yang Yi down with it. Because Yang Yi was the first to attack, so Yang Yi's sword pierced the sword servant's body first. However, in the next moment, the sword servant's sword arrived before Yang Yi's chest as well. But right when the sword was about to pierce into his body, Yang Yi's left hand suddenly moved lightly, and then a strand of sword chi shot out from Yang Yi's left hand. Clang! The sword servant's sword was blasted flying. After succeeding with a single strike, Yang Yi's right leg stomped lightly, causing his figure to flash like a ghost and arrive before the sword servant at the center. This time, Yang Yi didn't utilize the same method from before, and he increased his speed to its limits instead. His sword emanated the sound of wind being torn apart as it pierced the sword servant's chest before it could even react. After this sword servant vanished, Yang Yi turned around to look at the last sword servant that had already arrived before him. At the instant the sword in that sword servant's hand stabbed towards him, a cold light flashed, and then a sword had suddenly stabbed into the sword servant's chest. Yang Yi let out a long sigh of relief when the last sword servant vanished. He had to admit that the pagoda was indeed a great place to train. Originally, he felt that his basic sword technique had already reached perfection. However, as he fought all along the way here, he finally noticed some flaws in his sword technique. This discovery caused him to feel fortunate because it was fortunate that Head noticed these flaws here. Otherwise, if his enemy noticed these flaws in battle, and especially if that enemy was an expert, then it would absolutely be lethal. After resting for a while, Yang Yi looked at the staircase. If it was based on the cultivations of the sword servants from the past levels, then it ought to be a first heaven realm sword servant that was waiting for him on the 10th level. However, Yang Yi felt that it wasn't really likely. If a first heaven realm sword servant already appeared at the 10th level, then the fellow that ascended to the 20th level would truly be heaven-defying. Without thinking about it any further, Yang Yi arrived at the 10th level, and he noticed that there was only a single sword servant in the hall. When he saw this, Yang Yi's heart jerked. It wouldn't really be at the first heaven realm, right? When Yang Yi walked over to the sword servant, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief because this sword servant before him wasn't at the first heaven realm, and it was at the 9th rank of the mortal realm instead. However, the aura it emanated was too much stronger than the sword servants from before. Yang Yi even felt that this sword servant was even stronger than those 3 9th rank mortal realm sword servants from the 9th level. However, fortunately, so long as it wasn't at the first heaven realm, then it wouldn't be too difficult for Yang Yi. Yang Yi held the sword in his hand as he took a step forward. Right when he was about to make a move and deal with this sword servant, suddenly, the sword in the sword servant's hand suddenly swept towards Yang Yi, and then a snow-white strand of sword chi shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Yi. This strand of sword chi that appeared abruptly caused Yang Yi's expression to turn grim. It wasn't because this strand of sword chi was extremely formidable, and it was instead because the sword servants from the 1st to the 9th level hadn't utilized any sword chi, yet this fellow before him could actually utilize sword chi? He didn't have the time to think before he flashed to avoid that strand of sword chi, and then he executed the Gale Steps technique to charge towards the sword servant. At another illusory realm within the pagoda, Jiang Yuan hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the ground after stabbing through a sword servant. He rested for around an hour before he stood up, and then he gazed at the staircase before he said in a low voice, "I'm probably the first person to enter the 10th level." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something, and he laughed coldly as he said, "They actually dared to make a bet with me. They're truly a pair of idiots." As soon as he finished, he stopped talking and walked towards the staircase. When Jiang Yuan stepped foot onto the 10th level, the woman in a green dress called Qingxue had entered the 10th level as well, whereas Yang Yi had already arrived at the 12th level. Chapter 47 Shock. When they saw the character appearing on the pagoda, Chao Hua and the other elders immediately beamed with smiled because since someone was able to arrive at the 12th level, it represented that this person's strength was completely solid and far exceeded profounders with the same cultivation. After all, the sword servants at the 10th level and above didn't just execute some sword techniques from the sword technique, They even possessed extremely high combat instinct. Thus, the fact that someone was able to arrive at the 12th level was sufficient to prove that person's strength. A black-robed young man that was eliminated from the pagoda muttered, "Someone was actually able to ascend to the 12th level. How formidable. There really always is someone stronger." A yellow-robed young man by his side continued, "Yeah, I was reputed as a genius in my city, yet only now do I realize that I'm really very ordinary. Earlier, if I didn't possess a profound rank armor, then I would have been eliminated at the 6th level, whereas this person was actually able to ascend to the 12th level. What a terrifying strength. It's probably that Jiang Yuan, right?" The black-robed young man said, "I heard that he's reputed as the most outstanding genius in Snow River City for the last 100 years, and based on his strength, this rumor is probably true." When he heard this, the yellow-robed young man cupped his fists to the black-robed young man and said, "Brother, where there are people, there will be competition. We've both just arrived at the sword sect, and our strengths are only ordinary. If we don't find someone to rely on, then we'll probably be bullied in the future. What do you think of Jiang Yuan?" The black-robed young man frowned slightly, and he went silent for a long time before he said, "Brother, you're saying that we should seek protection from Jiang Yuan? Make friends with him." The yellow-robed young man said, "I believe that there definitely are small groups in the sword sect. So why don't we form one as well? Moreover, it's the best time for that now. Look at all these youths in the surroundings. They'd already become outer court disciples, and now's precisely the moment they're confused about the future. If we go try to make friends with them, they'll definitely be willing to see it happen as well." The black-robed young man glanced towards the surroundings. Sure enough, even though the youth that exited the pagoda had already passed the exam, there wasn't much happiness on their faces, and faint worry hunt on many of their faces instead. He thought for a moment before the black-robed young man cupped his fists to the yellow-robed young man and said, "Im Chenlu, what's your name, brother?" "Im Huangren. Brother Huang. Please take good care of me once we enter the outer court." "Not at all, not at all. Brother Chen was only a level lower than me. If we truly compare our strengths, then you're probably superior to me." "Brother Huang, you must be kidding. I'm clearly aware of my own strength, and since Brother Huang was able to ascend to the 6th level, it's sufficient to prove that no matter if it's cultivation or combat strength, Brother Huang is superior to me. All right, Brother Chen, let's not continue talking about all of this. Look, 2 more people have come out. Let's quickly go over and make friends with them. Otherwise, if we're too late, then it'll be them who are forming a group." All right. At the illusory realm on the 12th level, Yang Yi held his sword in hand as he ceaselessly attacked the sword servant. Under Yang Yi's storm of attack, the sword servant was obviously in a disadvantageous position, and it could only resist and defend itself. Yang Yi didn't give the sword servant a chance to launch a counterattack, and he swung his sword with increasing speed and strength. Clang! In the end, Yang Yi found a flaw in the sword servant's defense, and he pushed the sword servant's sword away in one go. After that, his right hand shook as his sword stabbed forward directly, and it stabbed into the sword servant's body, causing it to instantly vanish. As he watched the sword servant's body vanish, Yang Yi said in a low voice, "With these sword servants to spar with me, my basic sword technique has become more and more skillful. If my speed and strength can improve a bit more, then the basic sword technique would probably become extremely terrifying." In the past, Yang Yi already felt that the basic sword technique wasn't weak. Now, after he fought these sword servants, it had further proved his thoughts from the past. The basic sword technique stressed on 2 points, speed and strength. Once one got close to the enemy, then one just had to utilize these 2 points to the limit, and one would absolutely be one's opponent's nightmare. Yang Yi didn't continue up to the next level. He stood on the spot with his eyes closed tightly instead, and he recalled the scenes of the battle between him and the sword servant from before. Since the 10th level, had started to carry out self-criticism towards the way he fought in each battle after he won it. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "I revealed 3 flaws, and if this sword servant was a bit stronger, then I would have probably suffered a huge injury. Moreover, I missed 3 of that sword servant's flaws. Looks like my ability is still very inadequate." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took a deep breath before walking up to the 13th level. There was only a single sword servant in the 13th level as well. However, Yang Yi's expression seemed to be slightly heavy, because this sword servant was at least 3 times stronger than the sword servant from the 10th level. However, fortunately, it didn't utilize the sword servant from the 12th level as the standard. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to deal with a sword servant that possessed 3 times the strength of that sword servant from the 12th level. Without any extra words or movements, he executed an extremely simple stab at the sword servant, and the battle began. At the 10th level of the pagoda, Zhang Yuan's battle was much more intense than Yang Yi's. Zhang Yuan didn't get into closed-quartered combat with the sword servant, and he was fighting sword chi against sword chi with the sword servant, causing sword chi to surge horizontally and vertically through the surroundings. Ding! In a moment of carelessness, a strand of sword chi smashed onto Zhang Yuan's chest. However, Zhang Yuan wasn't sent out of the sword servant pagoda because he was wearing profound rank armor beneath his clothes. However, even then, it still caused Zhang Yuan to break out in cold sweat. Damn it! Is this sword servant's profound energy limitless? It's actually even able to execute sword chi. Zhang Yuan cursed in his heart as he fought the sword servant. Had already been fighting this sword servant for a period of time, yet he was utterly unable to harm it at all. Because this sword servant didn't just execute sword chi better than him, its combat instinct was much more formidable than his own. In the past, had been treated like an ancestor at home, and even if he fought in a battle, he was never made to fight a life and death battle with a person or dark beast. So, when he encountered a sword servant that wasn't afraid of death, his flaws were instantly fully revealed. However, fortunately, even though his combat instinct was slightly inferior, it wasn't to the extent of causing him to lose. Because the sword servant was only a sword servant in the end, and even though it possessed such combat instinct, it wasn't as intelligent as a human in the end. For a time, both of them were in a stalemate. On the other hand, the woman in a green dress was in a similar situation as Zhang Yuan. A sword servant at the 9th rank of the mortal realm that possessed combat instinct and possessed a solid cultivation was a bit too difficult for her. However, she didn't get dispirited, and she grew more energetic as the battle carried on. She had been growing up in adverse circumstances since a young age, so difficulty was a common occurrence for her. Someone has entered the 14th level. Outside the pagoda, a young man that was ranked on the outer court rankings exclaimed with surprise, and he pointed towards the large characters on the pagoda. The other outer court disciples by his side looked over as well, and all of them were instantly stunned when they noticed the large characters displayed on the pagoda. The 14th level meant that the person's strength was already invincible amongst his peers. After all, the 9th level mortal realm sword servant at the 14th level was extremely terrifying. Moreover, so long as one ascended to this level, then that person would have tied with the records of the young man with a black mole and the round-faced young man who were the Tundan 3 ranked on the outer court rankings. Qin Feng, this young man called Zhang Yuan, isn't bad. He was actually able to ascend to the 14th level. The round-faced young man looked at the young man with a black mole as he spoke with a smile on his face. At that time, the two of them had ascended to the 14th level as well, and they were well aware of the difficulty on that level. So, this young man called Zhang Yuan had aroused deep interest from him. Let's talk about it after he ascends to the 15th level. The young man with a black mole had an extremely calm expression, and he spoke indifferently. The 15th, he has gone up to the 15th already. The young man with a black mole had just finished speaking when a young man near him pointed at the large characters of the pagoda and spoke excitedly. This time, the young man with a black mole was moved. The 15th, it really is the 15th. Haha. When he noticed the characters on the pagoda transforming into, Elder Chao Hua completely lost his composure and roared with laughter. It wasn't just Chao Hua, even Elder Qian and Elder Feng Yu were smiling. What sort of notion was it to ascend to the 15th level? It represented that if this person didn't perish, then after the sword sect fostered him for 2 years, then he would be able to represent the sword sect in the next ascension rankings. What did a disciple capable of ascending the ascension rankings represented? Such a disciple represented the future of the sword sect. So, How could they not be excited when a disciple that represented the future of the sword sect had appeared? After a moment of excitement, Chao Hua suddenly thought of something, and he turned around and asked Feng Yu, "Brother Feng, how many people are left in the pagoda?" When he heard this, Feng Yu said, "If I'm not wrong, then 4 people remain in the pagoda. These 4 people are respectively Jiang Yuan, Qing Xue, Fan Wen, and Yang." When he spoke up to hear, Feng Yu suddenly looked at Elder Qin and said, "Yang Yi? That labor disciple, Yang Yi?" When he heard Feng Yu, Chao Hua looked at Elder Qin as well. He had a slight impression of Yang Yi, and now, he was slightly surprised when he heard Yang Yi was actually still within the pagoda. Elder Qin stroked his beard while he beamed from ear to ear and said, "Of course it's him. I've been constantly paying attention to him, and he hasn't come out yet. He's still within it now." Feng Yu and Chao Hua were shocked when they heard this. Presently, the lower's active level in the pagoda was the 10th level. So, in other words, Yang Yi had entered the 10th level. The natural talent and strength of someone capable of entering the 10th level were extremely good. However, the two of them were slightly bewildered about why Yang Yi was unable to become a profounder for an entire year. Right at this moment, a figure was teleported out of the pagoda. Elder Qin was the first to glance over, and he instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that it was Fan Wen and not Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi had entered the 10th level, it meant that it wouldn't be difficult for Yang Yi to be ranked in the top 10 with his current strength. However, Elder Qin still hoped that Yang Yi could ascend a few levels higher. The 16th level. The 16th. Someone shouted. In an instant, everyone outside the pagoda, including that group of disciples that were ranked on the outer court rankings, were shocked. Chapter 48 Reactive Strike. After he arrived at the 16th level, Yang Yi didn't take the initiative to attack, and he stared concentratedly at the sword servant instead. Head made a discovery at the 15th level, and this discovery was that even though the person who attacked first had obtained the initiative in the battle, that person would reveal a flaw as well. Thus, so long as his strength and speed were enough, then he could utilize this flaw to annihilate his opponent. Now, he intended to utilize this method. After both of them refused to attack for a moment, it was the sword servant that was the first to attack. The sword servant didn't utilize a sword technique, and its figure flashed instantly before stabbing its sword towards Yang Yi. However, this sword strike was extremely swiftly, and it was swift to the point Yang Yi was practically unable to see it clearly. When the sword servant's sword arrived 3 m away from Yang Yi, Yang Yi's right hand that grasped his sword moved. After that, the sword servant's sword stopped a few centimeters away from Yang Yi's neck, and then the sword servant's body started becoming immaterial before vanishing completely. Yang Yi had a calm expression as if he hadn't attacked just now. His eyes were closed slightly as he recalled that sword strike from before. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "Harmless when it remains stationary yet shocks the world as soon as it moves. In the future, they'll call this move reactive strike." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started laughing. Yang Yi was very satisfied with this move that Head comprehended through his battles with the sword servants. This move was extremely sharp, yet it had a flaw, and this flaw was that his own speed and strength had to be swifter than his opponent. Moreover, he had to be able to capture his opponent's flaws in time. Otherwise, he would be inviting death. However, Yang Yi was extremely confident towards his own speed and strength. Yang Yi didn't rest before he walked up to the 17th level. Presently, he truly yearned for battle because only through battle would he be able to perfect the basic sword technique and the reactive strike that Head just comprehended. Only ceaseless battle would allow him to become more and more stronger, and the sword servants within this pagoda were the best sparring partners for him. Yang Yi wasn't aware that everyone outside the pagoda had exploded into an uproar when he stepped foot onto the 17th level, and even those arrogant and proud outer court disciples that were ranked on the outer court rankings had exploded into an uproar. After all, none amongst them had stepped foot onto the 17th level during their outer court exam. The 17th level, as expected of the most outstanding genius from Snow River City. My sword sect will possess a super genius in the future. Ha ha ha. Chao Hua lost his composure and roared with laughter once more, and he simply seemed no different than a villain that had realized his ambition. Elder Fengyu and Elder Qian, who stood by Chao Hua's side, exchanged glances, and then they smiled as they shook their heads. Not to mention Chao Hua, even they were almost unable to restrain themselves from roaring with laughter. Because besides that demonic woman, it could be said to be the best result in the outer court exam during the last 10+ years. Those youths at the side weren't as excited as Chao Hua, and their faces were just covered with shock and adoration, because they'd personally experienced how formidable those sword servants within the pagoda were, and they were already unable to resist those sword servants at the 6th or 7th level. Yet now, someone was actually able to ascend to the 17th level, so how terrifying would that person's strength be? Everyone in the surroundings was either excited or shocked, and only a single person's face was covered in a gloomy expression. That person was Lu Qingyu. Had been paying attention to Yang Yi since the beginning, yet Yang Yi still hadn't emerged from within the pagoda until now. That meant that Yang Yi was at least at the 10th level. Since he was able to ascend to the 10th level, it represented that Yang Yi's strength and natural talent was extremely good. At the very least, it wasn't inferior to him, Lu Qingyu. After all, had only ascended to the 10th level as well. So, once Yang Yi became an outer court disciple and obtained the resources and fostering of the sect, then even if Yang Yi was unable to surpass him in a short period of time, Yang Yi would still be a problem for him. I shouldn't have made that agreement with him on that day, Lu Qingyu muttered while he gazed at the sword servant pagoda with a gloomy expression. In the 17th level, Yang Yi didn't take the initiative to attack, and the sword servant actually didn't attack him as well this time. This caused Yang Yi to be slightly curious. Can this sword servant have seen through my intentions? Yang Yi didn't think about anything else. His eyes were slightly closed while he fully concentrated. He didn't dare be careless at all because this sword servant was extremely formidable. Based on the aura it emanated, then if this sword servant fought the gray wolf within the tiny vortex, then the gray wolf would definitely be defeated by it. In other words, the strength of this sword servant wasn't just more formidable than a human of the same cultivation realm, it was even stronger than a dark beast at the same cultivation realm. This caused Yang Yi to not dare be careless at all. Yang Yi refused to launch the first strike, and the sword servant refused to attack as well. So, both of them were in a stalemate just like this. On the other side, within the illusory realm that Zhang Yuan resided in, Zhang Yuan had defeated the sword servant at the 10th level with great difficulty, and he arrived at the 11th level. When he sensed the strength of the sword servant here, Zhang Yuan's expression instantly became heavy because this sword servant's strength was too much stronger than the sword servant at the 10th level. After remaining silent for a long time, Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said, "The 20th level, huh? I, Zhang Yuan, will break this record today." As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped holding back, causing the aura in his entire body to suddenly start rising explosively and madly. At the instant Zhang Yuan's aura rose explosively, the expressions of everyone outside the pagoda changed once more, and Chao Hua cried out involuntarily. The first heaven realm, someone is advancing into the first heaven realm within the pagoda. This sentence was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples on the surface of a lake. At this moment, everyone wasn't surprised any longer, and they were shocked instead. Right at this moment, a figure was suddenly teleported out of the pagoda. Everyone focused their gaze over and noticed that it was the woman in a green dress called Qingxue. Right when a woman at the side intended to support Qingxue up, Chao Hua's figure suddenly arrived by Qingxue's side, and he waved his hand to the woman to indicate that she should withdraw herself from here. As he gazed at Qingxue that had sat down cross-legged upon leaving the pagoda, his gaze burned with anticipation, and it was even to the extent that his hands had started to tremble. When they noticed Chao Hua acting in this way, Elder Qian and Fengyu felt that something was absolutely off. They naturally wouldn't think that Chao Hua had taken a liking to the woman. So, the two of them arrived by Qingxue's side, and when they took a closer look, both of them instantly reacted like how Chao Hua had. At this moment, Qingxue sat cross-legged on the ground while energy fluctuated unusually in her surroundings, and Qingxue's own aura was rising steadily. Obviously, this was a sign of breaking through in one's cultivation. Qingxue was already at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, so if she broke through again, it would be the first heaven realm. When they thought up Tom here, everyone in the surroundings gasped. There was already a first heaven realm expert in the pagoda, yet another was advancing outside the pagoda right now. How heaven-defying. The young man with a round face said with a trembling voice, two first heaven realm experts at the age of 16. Could this be two more of that demonic woman in the making? Qin Feng, who stood at the side, shook his head and said, a first heaven realm expert at the age of 16 can indeed be considered a genius. However, if they're compared to that demonic woman, then they're probably quite inferior. When that demonic woman challenged the sword servant pagoda, she hadn't even attained the first heaven realm. She was able to ascend to the 20th level without attaining the first heaven realm. What does that represent? It represents that she can surmount a realm to defeat a first heaven realm expert while at the mortal realm. The young man with a round face nodded in agreement and said, indeed, that demonic woman is only at the first heaven realm now, yet shed able to fight experts at the king realm. Such natural talent can probably already be considered to be extremely good even within the origin school and two palaces. Even though these two people are at the first heaven realm, if they really fought that demonic woman while she was at the mortal realm, then the two of them would probably be defeated. No matter what, their natural talent isn't bad. If they don't perish in the future, then they ought to be the ones to take up the sword sect's banner in the next ascension rankings. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. Indeed. Alas, the ascension rankings. We have to work hard as well, otherwise, we'll be playing the role of cannon fodder even if we did attend it. At the 17th level, Yang Yi still didn't move, whereas the sword servant remained on the spot without moving like a puppet. The two of them were in a stalemate for a very long time now. At a certain moment in time, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He formed a sword with the fingers on his left hand before lightly slashing it towards the sword servant, and then a strand of sword chi instantly arrived before the sword servant. A cold glow flashed as the sword chi vanished, yet the sword servant still didn't move. Yang Yi walked slowly towards the sword servant. He didn't utilize a movement technique, and just seemed as if he was taking a stroll as he walked slowly towards the sword servant. When he arrived within an area of 6 m before the sword servant attacking, a cold glow flashed, and then the tip of a sword that flickered with a ghastly cold glow appeared before Yang Yi. At the instant that the sword servant attacked, Yang Yi's right hand had moved as well. Swish! A sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded, and then the tip of the sword servant's sword stopped before Yang Yi's neck. After that, the sword servant's body gradually vanished. Yang Yi touched his neck lightly with his left hand, and then he noticed that the tip of his finger was covered in a bit of scarlet red. My speed is still slightly inadequate. As he gazed at the bit of scarlet red on his finger, Yang Yi muttered in a low voice. If he was just a little bit slower during the collision with that sword servant, then he would have been stopped at the 17th level. Yang Yi didn't rest and stepped onto the stairs towards the 18th level. Chapter 49, Arduous Battle. Outside the pagoda, the gazes of everyone had converged onto the two large characters at the center of the pagoda. At this moment, Qing Xue, who was advancing at the side, had been disregarded by everyone. Obviously, compared to Kingsu's advancement into the first heaven realm, ascending into the 18th level was more shocking. This was normal because practically everyone in the surroundings had challenged the sword servant pagoda in the past, and they knew how terrifying it was. Especially Elder Chaohua and the other two elders, they were very clearly aware what ascending to the 18th level meant. The main objective of the sword servant pagoda was to test one's potential. This potential didn't refer to one's cultivation, and it was one's potential in battle instead. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this world, and it was even to the extent that there were people in the southern territory that were capable of surmounting 1 or even 2 ranks of cultivation to do battle. In other words, the true strengths of those with a higher cultivation realm might not be stronger than someone at a lower cultivation realm than them. Cultivation realms weren't the only standard to measure a person's strength. However, having a high cultivation carried obvious benefits, and that was that the amount of profound energy one possessed would definitely be more abundant than someone at a lower cultivation realm. Moreover, when one advanced to certain realms, it would even provide some miraculous abilities. For example, The reason the first heaven realm was more formidable than the mortal realm was that once one attained the first heaven realm, one would be able to absorb the invisible spirit energy in the heavens and the earth into one's body. The spirit energy would fuse with the body and strengthen the body, and then it would extract profound energy from all over the body before further refining profound energy, thus allowing the profound energy to automatically absorb the spirit energy within the heavens and the earth to strengthen itself as it flowed and circulated in the body. After that, it would continue to ceaselessly remodel one's body. Of course, just as it was explained before, the first heaven realm wasn't definitely able to defeat all profounders at the mortal realm, because there was no lack of various geniuses in this world, nor was there any lack of heaven-defying cultivation techniques. Numerous top-rate cultivation techniques and external sources of strength were capable of allowing an expert at the mortal realm to possess strength comparable to the first heaven realm. For example, the tiny vortex within Yang Ye's body. The golden, profound energy created by the tiny vortex was a type of heaven-defying thing. In a certain sense, at that time, when the golden, profound energy tempered his body was already on par with the body of a first heaven realm expert, and it was even to the extent that it was stronger than some first heaven realm experts. The reason Xiaohua and the others were shocked was that they thought Zhang Yuan had broken through in battle at the 18th level. So, since Zhang Yuan had ascended to the 17th level while at the mortal realm and advanced to the first heaven realm at the 18th level, it represented that Zhang Yuan didn't just possess a formidable potential in combat, he possessed formidable natural talent as well. A first heaven realm expert at the age of 16 had ascended to the 17th level, while at the mortal realm before advancing into the first heaven realm at the 18th level. How could all of this not shock the three of them? Go notify that demonic woman. Tell her someone is about to break her record. Qin Feng gazed at the two characters on the pagoda as he muttered in a low voice. Because since this person was able to ascend to the 17th level, while at the mortal realm, and has advanced into the first heaven realm now, then with this person's combat strength, he felt that it ought to not be difficult for this person to pass through the 20th level. A young man behind Qin Feng didn't hesitate to turn around and flash towards the distance. At the 18th level, Yang Yi ceaselessly waved the sword in his hand, and it carried numerous afterimages and sharp whistled as it tore through the air. On the other hand, his opponent, the sword servant, refused to show weakness as well, and the sword in its hand was ceaselessly being swung at a speed that was equal to Yang Yi. The two of them constantly exchanged blows, and it had already arrived at no less than a few hundred exchanges. The strength of this sword servant at the 18th level had surprised Yang Yi, especially its speed, which was countless times swifter than the sword servant at the 17th level. Fortunately, he didn't utilize the reactive strike, otherwise, he would have really been courting death. Because even in the best possible scenario, he would only be able to take the sword servant down with him as this sword servant's attack speed was too swift. If he hadn't bitterly cultivated the basic sword technique for 2 years, if he hadn't tempered himself at the Grand Myriad Mountains, and if he hadn't fought those sword servants from before, then he would definitely be defeated now. Both Yang Yi and the sword servant didn't utilize any sword techniques or sword chi, and they both just utilized the most basic moves to stab at each other and block each other's attacks. Of course, it was impossible to utilize sword chi at such a close distance because sword chi required time to execute, and both of them lacked time the most. Both of them didn't dare to utilize sword chi because the one that did would definitely be immediately stabbed in the heart. The sword servant was in a better state because it only possessed combat instinct and didn't possess any other emotions. Needless to say, the sword servant's lack of intelligence was undoubtedly an advantage at this moment, because it would become nervous or feel fear. Besides engaging in battle, it wouldn't arouse any other negative emotions. On the other hand, Yang Yi would. Even though he was fully concentrated on dealing with the sword servant's attacks, he still had some negative emotions. However, these emotions were just forcefully suppressed by Yang Yi and were unable to erupt. However, if this continued for long, then he would definitely be the first to be unable to hold on. I can't allow this to continue, Yang Yi thought in his heart as he swung the sword in his hand. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi stabbed his sword onto the sword servant's sword, and he relied on the repulsive force on his sword to leap back lightly. Right at the instant Yang Yi leaped backward, the sword servant seized this opportunity to close the distance with Yang Yi, and then the sword in its hand emanated sword images that covered the sky as they enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged when sword images covered the sky as they assaulted him, and the sword in his hand left his grasp and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Ding! Yang Yi's sword was flicked away by the sword servant. At the instant his sword was flicked away, Yang Yi's enormous fists had suddenly appeared before the sword servant, and then he smashed one of his fists at the sword servant's sword while his other fist smashed towards the sword servant's chest. These two fists that suddenly appeared caused the sword servant's movements to stiffen for a moment. Obviously, it had never expected that Yang Yi would actually utilize his fists. However, the sword servant quickly counterattacked. The sword in its hand curved and stabbed towards Yang Yi's chest at a strange angle. A battle between experts could be decided in an instant. Right at the moment that the sword servant's movement stiffened, Yang Yi's right fist had already blasted directly onto the sword servant's chest, whereas the sword servant's sword had arrived before Yang Yi's chest. However, the sword servant's sword had just pierced through Yang Yi's skin when it was blasted flying by the enormous force contained within Yang Yi's fist. At the instant Yang Yi's fist had just come into contact with the sword servant's chest, Yang Yi relaxed his fist and pressed his fingers to form a sword, and then he swiped it lightly. Two strands of sword chi stuck close to the sword servant's body as it flew backward. In the air, the sword servant's speed gradually descended, allowing the two strands of sword chi to piece through it, causing the sword servant's figure to gradually vanish. At the instant the sword servant's body and its sword vanished, a wisp of fresh blood flowed out from Yang Yi's chest. Even though he was clearly aware that this was an illusion and he wouldn't die here, Yang Yi still felt the aura of death at that instant just now. Just like the 17th level, if he was just a little bit slower this time, then he would similarly have to stop here. Yang Yi picked up his sword that the sword servant had flicked away earlier, and then he sat down cross-legged on the ground and analyzed his own performance. This battle allowed Yang Yi to realize that perhaps his sword technique was already not bad, but in that battle with the sword servant just now, his sword technique and he himself had many inadequacies. His sword technique was inadequate in terms of speed because there were numerous occasions where he could only defend and not attack, and even if he noticed a flaw, he wasn't able to strike in time. His own inadequacies were in terms of lacking calm and composure, especially when he was in a disadvantaged position at the end of the battle, and had obviously become impatient at that time. Even though the risk he took paid off in the end, it was something that Head gambled on. It could be said that he wasn't satisfied with his performance in this battle because he didn't like gambling. If he was able to maintain his calm and composure, then even if he wasn't able to defeat the sword servant with his sword technique, he would still be able to fight it for a period of time. On the other hand, gambling stressed upon luck, and Yang Yi didn't like entrusting his life to something as superficial as luck. Looks like my combat experience is still slightly insufficient. After I leave this pagoda, I must carry out a great deal of actual combat if I have the chance. It's best to carry out life and death battles with the dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Only ceaseless life and death experiences will allow me to become more and more stronger, and only then would I be able to open up a path onto that ascension rankings. After he finished summarizing everything, Yang Yi stood up and gazed towards the 19th level. Had already experienced the strength of the sword servant at the 18th level, and it could be said to be the strongest expert below the first heaven realm that Had encountered. So how formidable would the sword servant at the 19th level be? This time, Yang Yi didn't ascend to the 19th level immediately, and he sat cross-legged on the ground instead. He utilized the golden profound energy to repair that injury on his chest because he didn't dare to be careless at all when facing his next opponent, and he intended to fight that battle at his peak state. Otherwise, it was very likely that the 19th level would be the last level he overcame. While Yang Yi rested at the 14th level, Zhang Yuan had fought for almost 4 hours before stabbing through the sword servant after it revealed a flaw. However, he was in an extremely sorry state as well. At this moment, he wasn't composed and carefree as he was in the past. The clothes on his body were already in rags, while there were even a few bloody marks on his face, and he directly fell weakly to the ground after he dealt with this sword servant. After gasping for a few mouthfuls of breath, he said in a low voice, "What an abnormal sword servant and what freakish combat strength. It actually almost killed a first heaven realm expert like me." In the past, when Ancestor said that utilizing external forces to advance to the first heaven realm was flawed, he was probably right. Alas, I shouldn't have listened to my father and consumed a medicinal pill to advance to the first heaven realm. Yes, his cultivation had been improved through external forces. At that time, he was clearly aware that it would cause imperfections in his cultivation, but he still consumed that medicinal pill in the end. Had done it for none other than reputation. Because a 9th rank mortal realm expert at the age of 16 was already extremely rare in Snow River City. So what if that 16-year-old was a first heaven realm expert? If it was a 16-year-old first heaven realm expert, then it would be extremely good even in an entire state. For the sake of allowing his reputation as a genius to rise a level higher, Head consumed that medicinal pill in the end and improved his cultivation to the first heaven realm. However, he regretted his decision now because if Head cultivated normally to the first heaven realm, then he would definitely not be reduced to such a sorry state by the sword servant. Alas, Zhang Yuan sighed, and then he looked at the 15th level. He hesitated for a moment before he revealed a firm expression and said, "Even though I've firmly occupied the first position now, if I ascend another level, then it would definitely arouse the attention of the sword sect's elders. I must pass through the 15th level." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and silently recovered his profound energy. Chapter 50, The First Heaven Realm. 7 Refinement Peak, Gravity Cavern. The Gravity Cavern was a comparatively abnormal place of cultivation on 7 Refinement Peak. An invisible force would suppress anyone within this cavern. For example, if one was able to stab 10 times with the sword within a breath of time in the outside, then if one entered this cavern and based on the lowest standard of 2 times gravity in the Gravity Cavern, then that person would at most be able to stab 5 times with the sword. At this moment, a woman that wore a tight red-colored leather dress was ceaselessly swinging the sword in her hand within the Gravity Cavern. The woman was extremely beautiful, and she could even be called drop-deal gorgeous. Yes, the woman had a drop-dead gorgeous appearance and features that were charming like a fox. Even though she was training with the sword, her eyes seemed to hold pools of spring water, and it caused her to reveal natural charm as her eyes moved about. Perhaps it was because of the gravity, but her charming face seemed to be covered in a very thin blush that was slightly red, causing her to seem extremely beautiful like a bloomed plum blossom. The woman's red leather dress was extremely revealing, and it fully revealed her graceful curves that were sexy and charming. The leather dress was just barely able to cover the woman's posterior, and it was very short, truly very short. If the woman pulled the leather dress up a little bit, then even if it was only a little, or perhaps if someone squatted down and looked up at the woman, then the scene beneath her dress would definitely be exposed. With such a charming and gorgeous appearance and a hot and sexy figure, the woman's entirety emanated charm and temptation that would drive men mad. Of course, all of this wasn't important. The most important was the multiplication in the Gravity Cavern was at its highest at this moment, 20 times. Moreover, under this gravity that was 20 times the gravity outside, the woman's sword technique didn't show any traces of being affected, and it seemed as if the gravity didn't exist at all. Senior Sister Morong, Feng Lin has something to report. Right at this moment, a voice resounded from outside the cavern. When she heard this voice, the woman's ink-black brows knit slightly together. She hesitated briefly before she gave up continuing her training. She knew that if it wasn't something extremely important, then these outer court disciples wouldn't dare disturb her. She moved gracefully towards the clothes rack at the side, and with a swing of her hand, Shed worn a scarlet-red robe that covered her sexy and enchanting figure. The door to the cavern opened, and the woman appeared at the entrance. Even though she was drop-dead gorgeous, that man called Feng Lin's body was slightly bent instead while his eyes were lowered, and he didn't raise his head to look at the woman. He naturally didn't dare look at her. Some time ago, an outer court disciple that felt confident in his own extraordinary natural talent had glanced at this woman in a lustful manner, And then that outer court disciple's little brother was stomped apart by this demonic woman that stood before him. Moreover, not only had the elders not punished her, they even warned all the outer court disciples that they shouldn't offend this woman. From that day onward, besides a few disciples on the outer court rankings, when the other outer court disciples saw her, they would either go around her or walk with lowered heads while acting as if she didn't exist. The woman took a deep breath, and then she glanced at the Feng Lin and said, "Speak. If it isn't something that interests me, then I'll skin you alive." Feng Lin immediately broke out in cold sweat because he didn't think this woman before him was joking. He hurriedly said, "Senior Sister Morong, a genius, an extraordinary genius had appeared in the outer court exam this time. That person ascended to the 17th level of the Sword Servant Pagoda with a cultivation at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Moreover, he has advanced to the first heaven realm at the 18th level. Most importantly, he's only 16 years old." The woman's expression was extremely calm. She greedily took a deep breath of the fresh air in the surroundings, and then she said, "Ascending to the 17th level while at the 9th rank of the mortal realm and attaining the first heaven realm at the age of 16. This natural talent isn't bad." When she spoke up to hear, the corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly to form a strange smile as she said, "However, in my opinion, someone that hasn't defeated the 19th level isn't even a genius. Moreover, I'm only interested in experts at the King Realm now. Don't disturb me with such trivial matters in the future. They'll forgive you this time." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman turned around and entered the cavern. As he gazed at the closed door to the cavern, Feng Lin shook his head and laughed bitterly. Such natural talent is actually only all right to her. Even though it was slightly dispiriting, he knew that the woman was telling the truth. Moreover, based on what the woman said earlier, he knew that she didn't take anyone at the first heaven realm seriously. In the illusory realm on the 18th level, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he glanced at his chest. At this moment, the injury on his chest had already been completely healed by the gold profound energy. When he noticed his injury was healed, Yang Yi immediately stepped onto the stairs that led to the 19th level. Just like before, there was only a single sword servant on the 19th level as well. However, when Yang Yi saw this sword servant, his expression became unprecedentedly heavy, because the aura emanated from this sword servant had already surpassed the scope of the 9th rank of the mortal realm. In other words, this sword servant was at the first heaven realm. There really always is someone stronger. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice as he gazed at this sword servant. He recalled what Elder Chao Hua had said earlier about someone having passed through the 20th level during the last outer court exam. In other words, that person had defeated the sword servant on the 20th level and had stopped at the 21st level. The sword servant at the 19th level was already a first heaven realm expert whose strength wasn't overstated at all. Then how formidable would the expert at the 20th level be? Most importantly, that person who passed through these levels was only at the mortal realm. At the moment he saw the sword servant, that bit of pride and complacency in Yang Ye's heart from passing through the previous 18 levels had instantly vanished completely. However, this didn't make him feel dispirited, and it aroused unprecedented battle intent within him instead. Since others are able to accomplish it, then why can't I? The first heaven realm? Allow me to test exactly how formidable a first heaven realm expert, whose strength isn't overstated at all, is. Yang Yi circulated his profound energy. At this moment, the profound energy within his body surged madly like a storm, and the golden sword in his hand instantly transformed into a golden sword that was suffused with a light golden glow. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't hold back at all. At this moment, Yang Yi was truly fighting with all his might. Yang Yi walked forward as he held the golden sword in hand. Had just taken a step forward when a sword suffused with a cold glow had already arrived at his throat. This speed was swift to the point Yang Yi wasn't able to catch it clearly. He could only rely on his own instinct and senses towards danger to dodge to the side. Yang Yi had just dodged to the side, yet the sword followed him like glue. In a short period of an instant, it had stabbed a few tens of times, and every single attack was lethal. Yang Ye's expression changed rapidly because this sword servant at the first heaven realm was very much stronger than had expected. Yang Yi didn't dare be careless or slack off at all, and he retreated while warding off the attacks. Clang, clang. Numerous sounds of metal colliding instantly resounded in the surroundings, and it was like a beautiful song. At merely the beginning of their collision, Yang Yi was already at a position of absolute disadvantage. The sword technique of this sword servant before him had simply surpassed his own by too much. It didn't carry any extra movements, and it was like the basic sword technique and merely consisted of simple stabbing attacks. However, it was precisely these simple stabbing attacks that caused Yang Ye's scalp to go numb. Because it was too swift, so besides retreating while he warded off these attacks, he didn't even have the ability to counterattack. At this moment, Yang Yi was completely suppressed. However, fortunately, even though he was in a position of absolute disadvantage, his mind was still extremely calm, and he didn't become impatient as he had at the 19th level. One could think with a calm mind, and Yang Yi was thinking deeply at this moment. He knew that if this continued, then he would have absolutely no chance of winning. When he thought up to here, a wisp of a resolute expression flashed on Yang Ye's face. At the same time, the sword in his hand stopped warding off the blows, and he directly stabbed it towards the sword servant. He's attacked in a way that would cause both of them to perish together. Sure enough, at this moment Yang Yi utilized such an attack. The sword servant before him had suddenly changed its sword move. The sword servant raised its sword slightly to block Yang Ye's sword, and then its sword didn't lose any momentum as it stabbed directly towards Yang Ye's chest. As he gazed at the sword that struck towards him, Yang Yi revealed a savage expression. He clenched his left hand into a fist before directly smashing his fist towards the sword. At the same time, his wrist spun to stab once more at the sword servant's chest. Hiss! The sword servant's sword pierced through Yang Ye's left hand. Yang Yi paid no attention to his left hand, and he felt delighted instead, because his sword was on the verge of piercing the sword servant's chest. However, right when Yang Ye's sword was about to pierce the sword servant's chest, the sword servant's figure suddenly moved back and avoided his attack instead. Moreover, during the process that it retreated, the sword servant aimed its sword at Yang Yi and slashed through the air. A white-colored strand of sword chi instantly arrived before Yang Ye's chest, and it was swift like a bolt of lightning. This strand of sword chi that appeared abruptly caused Yang Ye's expression to change once more. Chapter 51. I'll bet with you. Yang Yi had never expected that he would still be unable to injure this sword servant after attacking in such a manner. Moreover, his palm was even pierced through by the sword servant, while the sword servant was actually able to execute a strand of sword chi towards him in the process of its retreat. Such combat instinct is too terrifying. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think before he placed his sword horizontally before his chest. Clang! The sword in Yang Ye's hand trembled violently, and it obviously showed how ferocious this strand of sword chi was. Under the enormous force transmitted by this strand of sword chi, Yang Yi was struck to the point of retreating repeatedly. On the other hand, at this instant the sword chi dispersed. The sword servant that was originally retreating had suddenly appeared before Yang Yi. Moreover, the sword in its hand appeared alongside it, and the sword stabbed extremely ruthlessly towards Yang Ye's chest. It won't even give me the chance to catch my breath. As he watched the sword stab over once more, Yang Yi was slightly furious. However, he felt slight admiration as well in his heart because this sword servant had grasped the flaws he revealed with extreme accuracy. Moreover, the combat instinct possessed by this sword servant was truly extremely terrifying. Even though he felt admiration, Yang Ye's admiration wasn't at the point of making him surrender because of it. He executed gale steps and flashed to the side. At the same time, a strand of golden sword chi suddenly flashed out from Yang Ye's sword, and it shot directly at the sword servant. The sword servant didn't dodge, and it slashed its sword down towards Yang Ye's golden sword chi instead. Obviously, the sword servant was clearly aware that so long as it possessed speed and strength, then even a strand of sword chi could be slashed to dispersal. However, the sword servant had underestimated Yang Ye's golden profound energy this time. Clang! A clear and melodious clang resounded. The The strand of golden sword chi directly pierced through the sword servant's sword, and it shot towards the sword servant that stood behind the sword. The sword servant seemed to be slightly surprised, and its figure stiffened slightly. However, it quickly recovered from its surprise, and its figure twisted in a strange manner to dodge Yang Ye's golden sword chi. Yang Yi was delighted when he noticed that his sword chi was actually so formidable, and he immediately and ceaselessly swung the sword in his hand and the fingers on his left hand that were pressed together to form a sword, causing over 10 strands of sword chi to shoot towards the sword servant like a storm. Yang Yi didn't have the slightest shred of confidence to defeat the sword servant in closed-quartered combat, so he could only utilize sword chi to suppress it, and then find its weak point and give it a lethal strike. Yang Yi thought like this and acted like this. However, his way of thinking was good, yet reality was brutal. At the moment Yang Yi executed strands of sword chi, the sword servant had similarly executed over 10 strands of white sword chi. Moreover, these strands of white sword chi actually shot towards every single one of Yang Ye's golden sword chi. When he saw this, the smile Yang Yi revealed just moments ago had instantly vanished, and his face was covered in an extremely solemn expression. He'd attacked first to gain an advantage, and he was the first to execute strands of sword chi. Under such circumstances, the sword servant was still able to utilize numerous strands of sword chi to block his own sword chi. What did this mean? It meant that the sword servant's control of profound energy and sword chi far exceeded his own. Bang! The sword chi from both sides collided, and then they instantly rumbled and dispersed. Yang Yi didn't execute sword chi any longer, and he held the sword in his hand as he charged and stabbed at the sword servant. In terms of profound energy, he was only at the 8th rank of the mortal realm, and he would definitely be unable to compare to the sword servant at the 1st heaven realm. Since he couldn't compare with it in terms of sword chi or close-quartered combat, then he could only put his life on the line and fight desperately. Yang Yi completely abandoned his defense. His speed was slightly inferior to the sword servant, but it wasn't too much inferior. Coupled with the fact that he was fighting while completely disregarding his own life, even though he was in a disadvantaged position, yet he wasn't suppressed completely as he was at the beginning. However, he paid the price for this as well. In a short period of time, his clothes were already in rags, and numerous bloody marks covered his body. Yang Yi paid no attention to those injuries. He only had a single thought in his mind, and it was to fight without any regard for his life. You stab me, then I'll stab you as well. Let's see who has no regard for his life. At this moment, the sword servant revealed a flaw once more. It was a sword servant that possessed combat instincts and didn't possess any negative emotions, and this was an advantage. However, in a similar manner, it wouldn't fight without any regard for its life like Yang Yi did. So, when both their swords were about to stab each other, it would first block Yang Ye's sword before attempting to stab Yang Yi again. It was exactly because of this that Yang Yi grew more and more ferocious and had lesser and lesser regard for his life as he fought. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that the golden, profound energy within his body had suddenly started to flow slowly, and it was repairing the injuries on his body. This discovery caused Yang Yi to be slightly excited. He'd never imagined that the golden, profound energy would actually repair his body on its own, and this caused him to fight even more fearlessly. Since the outer court exam began, 2 days had already passed. In these 2 days of time, not only had the number of people outside the sword servant pagoda not reduced, it had increased constantly instead. It was even to the extent that some outer court elders had come over as well. There were only 2 people left within the sword servant pagoda now. One was Yang Yi, and the other was Jiang Yuan. Even though Yang Yi had persisted within the pagoda until now, everyone had disregarded him. Because everyone's thoughts had converged onto that super genius, Jiang Yuan. Now, no matter if it was Yang Yi or Qing Xue that had advanced into the 1st heaven realm, they were masked by Jiang Yuan's radiance. Brother Hua, that Jiang Yuan really ascended to the 17th level with a cultivation at the 9th rank of the mortal realm? It was an outer court elder that asked this question. He was around 40 years old, and he was called Qin Feng. He was one of the elders in charge of the assignment hall. Originally, he wasn't interested in this exam, but he wasn't able to sit still any longer when he heard that someone was actually able to ascend to the 17th level while at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Chao Hua combed his beard and said with a smile, "Of course, a 16-year-old first heaven realm expert. If our sword sect fosters him well, then with his natural talent and potential, he'll definitely be able to be ranked on the next ascension rankings." Chunfeng nodded with a smile when he heard this, and he said, "Not bad, not bad. I originally thought that no monstrous geniuses would appear amongst the outer court disciples this time, yet I never expected that one would actually appear. The heavens are really good to my sword sect. Right. Who's the other person within the pagoda?" Chao Hua didn't speak, and Elder Qian, who stood at the side, said hurriedly, "It's Yang Yi. The Yang Yi that all of you used as a negative example when you taught disciples. At that time, I said that Yang Yi's natural talent isn't bad, but all of you didn't believe me. Now, he's still inside the pagoda, so he's at least at the 15th level. Tell me, is someone capable of ascending the 15th level a genius?" Elder Qian was slightly complacent as he spoke, and he seemed like someone that was intoxicated by success. However, it wasn't his fault. At that time, both Yang Yi and him had suffered a great deal of ridicule from the other outer court elders, and if it wasn't for the presence of a monstrous genius like Jiang Yuan, then Yang Ye's ability to persist until now would be a direct slap to the face for all these outer court elders. It can't be, right? Chunfeng was obviously slightly doubtful, and he said, at that time, he wasn't even able to become a profounder after an entire year. Moreover, I still remember that he'd been reduced to a labor disciple, yet he was able to persist within the pagoda for so long? Elder Qian laughed coldly. He would naturally not tell this old fellow that Yang Yi possessed 5-element profound energy. Chao Hua smiled bitterly at the side and said, "Brother Qian is right. That kid, Yang Yi, really is within the pagoda, and it's truly a surprise to me that he was able to persist for so long. However, don't get complacent, Brother Qian. Even though he isn't bad, he's much inferior to Jiang Yuan and Qingxue." "I don't think so," Elder Qian objected and said, "Jiang Yuan and Qingxue's natural talent are not bad indeed. But Yang Yi isn't inferior as well. Not to mention that nobody knows who exactly is at the 19th level." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qian instantly felt slight regret. When he saw Chao Hua use Jiang Yuan to belittle Yang Yi, he was slightly displeased, and he'd accidentally blurted out such words. Chao Hua instantly started roaring with laughter when he heard this. He laughed for a while before he said, "Brother Qian, do you dare to make a bet with me? We'll bet who's at the 19th level. I'll bet my sword chest, that Earthbale sword chest. What do you think?" The other outer court elders at the side were shocked when they heard Chao Hua. Chao Hua's Earthbale sword formation was renowned in the sword sect. That sword chest of his contained 36 high-grade yellow rank swords. Moreover, a talisman master had even inscribed a mid-grade profound rank sword formation technique within it. When utilized against one's enemies, the 36 swords would instantly form into a sword formation, and their might could only be described as terrifying. Elder Qian was slightly surprised. He as well had never imagined that Chao Hua would actually bet with the sword chest that Chao Hua treated like a precious treasure. After all, that sword chest was even more important than his life to Chao Hua. Normally, he wouldn't even allow the other outer court elders to have a look at it. Elder Qian raised his head to glance at the sword servant pagoda, and then he glanced at Chao Hua, who had a teasing expression all over his face. Elder Qian knew that if he didn't agree to the bet, then this old fellow would definitely ridicule him in the future. "What do you want from me?" Elder Qian spoke in a low voice. Chao Hua beamed from ear to ear upon hearing this, and he said, "Brother Qian, you ought to know how precious that sword chest of mine is. If I win, then I don't want anything else. I just want that mid-grade profound rank inscribed sword of yours. What do you think?" All the elders in the surroundings instantly shook their heads upon hearing Chao Hua. This Chao Hua really dares to dream. Elder Qian's inscribed sword was renowned amongst the outer court elders in the sect as well. Not only was it a mid-grade profound rank sword, but it was also inscribed with an amplification inscription by a talisman master. It could be said that with the inscribed sword in his possession, Elder Qian's strength would at least be improved by 30%. Elder Qian's chest rose and fell rapidly, and he was obviously infuriated. Just like Chao Hua, the inscribed sword was even more important than his life to him. After all, under the effect of the nurturing he'd provided it within his dantian for over 10 years, it had already formed a slight link with him. Coupled with the inscription it possessed, in his opinion, this sword was already a part of him. If he lost this sword, then his strength would drop a few levels at least. So, how could he possibly dare to bet with this sword? Right when he was about to refuse, a clear and melodious voice resounded from behind the two of them. "Geezer, I'll bet with you. You actually dared to look down on the little laborer?" Chapter 52 Fight. It was none other than Bauer that spoke these words. For the sake of pleasing the little fellow, she'd searched throughout Talisman Peak. The heavens didn't let Bauer down, and she finally found her grandfather's treasures. Now, as soon as she obtained these treasures, she'd rushed over impatiently to look for Yang Yi. However, she'd never expected that Yang Yi was participating in the outer court exam. This caused Bauer, who was unable to see the little fellow at the first possible moment, feel slightly displeased. For the sake of being able to see the little fellow as soon as possible, she'd casually grabbed an outer court disciple and asked that disciple to lead her to the sword servant pagoda. Right when she arrived here, she'd heard Chao Hua's words, and this caused her to feel even more displayed, because she could look down upon the little laborer, but no one else could. Moreover, the little laborer was her junior brother, and as the little laborer's senior sister, how could she allow others to look down upon her junior brother? So, at this moment, Bauer gazed at Chao Hua with an extremely hostile gaze. All the other youths in the surroundings were slightly shocked when they saw that a little girl actually dared to address an outer court elder as a geezer. Because an outer court elder was an expert at the king realm. If it wasn't because the little girl was young and extremely cute, a few of these youths had almost been unable to restrain themselves from scolding her. In the next moment, those few youths felt extremely fortunate that they hadn't acted in that way. Because when those outer court elders that were supreme in their opinions saw the little girl, their originally solemn expressions instantly became slightly strange. First, they revealed extreme surprise, and then it transformed into extremely bitter expressions. In the end, they had extremely forced smiles on their faces. Bauer, what are you doing here?" Chao was squeezed out a smile, and it was extremely forced. Bauer grunted coldly and said, "Geezer, didn't you say that you want to make a bet? Bauer will bet with you." When they saw the little she-devil was looking for trouble with Chao Hua, all the other outer court elders at the side hurriedly moved aside and maintained a certain amount of distance from Chao Hua. What a joke. Would anyone dare to offend this little she-devil? Chao Hua cursed in his heart when he noticed their actions, and then he said with a smile, "I was joking. I was just joking earlier. There's utterly no bet at all." How could he dare to make a bet with Bauer? Because no matter if he won or lost, it still wouldn't be good for him. Bauer obviously didn't intend to let Chao Hua off, and her eyes narrowed as she said, "Geezer, are you looking down on Bauer?" When he noticed the little she-devil seemed to be on the verge of getting angry, Chao Hua's eyes narrowed, and he groaned bitterly in his heart. "If I knew this would happen, then I wouldn't have mentioned that bet no matter what." Meanwhile, Elder Qian seemed to take pleasure in Chao Hua's misfortune and said, "Exactly, Chao Hua, are you looking down on Bauer?" The other elders at the side hurriedly chimed on, and they simultaneously stood on Bauer's side. Chao Hua's eyes could almost shoot flames as he gazed at these outer court elders. "They're pushing me into the frying pan." Meanwhile, Bauer said, "Geezer, don't act like that. Bauer won't make it unfavorable for you. How about this? If Bauer loses, then Bauer will ask Grandpa to inscribe another sword formation on that sword chest of yours, and if you lose, then you just have to give me that sword chest. What do you think?" "For real?" Chao Hua's eyes lit up, and he spoke in a slightly excited manner. His sword chest already had a sword formation on it, and if another sword formation was inscribed, then its might and value would at least double. Most importantly, Bauer had mentioned her grandfather, and everyone knew her grandfather. He was a Heaven Talisman Master. The inscription of a Heaven Talisman Master could truly only be chanced upon by luck. It wasn't just Chao Hua, even the other elders at the side were moved by this. If the dark treasure in their possession was inscribed by a Heaven Talisman Master, then their combat strength would absolutely be able to improve greatly. However, all of them still didn't take the initiative to make a bet with Bauer because Bauer asking them for a bet and them asking Bauer for a bet was two entirely different concepts. If Bauer's grandfather misunderstood and thought that the few of them had tricked Bauer, then they would truly be in deep shit. Bauer glanced at Chao Huo with displeasure and said, "Would Bauer deceive you? Not to mention that it's only a sword formation, and Grandpa can finish it with ease." "All right, I'll make the bet." This time, there wasn't a trace of a troubled expression on Chao's face. Conversely, he smiled extremely brilliantly. Meanwhile, the gazes of the other elders towards Chao Hua carried slight envy. If Chao Hua won, then he would benefit greatly. And if Chao Hua lost, could Chao Hua even lose? It wasn't that they looked down upon Yang Yi, and it was instead because they knew how difficult the 19th level was. Could a profounder at the 8th rank of the mortal realm ascend to the 19th level? Not to mention them, even Elder Qian, who was close to Yang Yi, didn't really believe it was possible. The only person that believed it was Bauer. Actually, Bauer didn't have any idea at all about the 19th level, and the reason she made a bet with Chao Hua was merely because she was close to Yang Yi. It was just such a simple reason. As for winning or losing, she didn't attach any importance to it because all her thoughts were focused on the little fellow. At this moment, Yang Yi was unaware that Bauer had made a bet on him with someone else, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have the mood to pay any attention to it. At this moment, Yang Ye's entire body was covered in injuries while his clothes were already in rags. However, his opponent, the sword servant, wasn't in a much better state. Its body was similarly covered in numerous injuries, and it was just lesser than the amount on Yang Ye's body. Yang Yi didn't know how long he'd fought the sword servant for. All he knew that was the slightest bit of carelessness would allow the sword servant to end him with a single sword strike. All he could do was concentrate completely and fight the sword servant to the death, while completely disregarding his own life. Needless to say, battles of life and death were the best in allowing one to grow swiftly. Up until this point in the battle, not only had Yang Ye's basic sword technique become a sort of instinct to him, he'd gradually become accustomed to the sword servant's speed. Even though he was still in a disadvantaged position, he wasn't in such a sorry state. Moreover, he'd even forced the sword servant back a few times. This allowed Yang Yi to prove his way of thinking once more, and this way of thinking was that only life and death battles were able to allow one to grow quickly and become strong. Yang Yi believed that if he fought a version of himself from before he entered the sword servant pagoda, then that version of himself would definitely be utterly crushed in battle. Without him noticing, another 4 hours had passed. Yang Yi had gradually moved from being in a disadvantaged position to being on par with the sword servant. The two of them exchanged blows repeatedly, and the sound of metal colliding was the only melody on this level. After another 6 hours passed, Yang Yi had completely occupied an advantageous position, and the sword servant was completely suppressed by Yang Yi. It was just like the situation when Yang Yi had just started the battle with this sword servant, and the only difference was that the roles had been exchanged. After fighting for such a long time, not only did Yang Yi show no signs of exhaustion, he'd become more and more excited instead, and he felt more and more energetic. Because he noticed that during this battle with the sword servant, his strength was improving extremely swiftly. Now only had his understanding of the basic sword technique deepened, he'd even become completely familiar with the sword servant's moves. Know one's enemy as well as one knew oneself. Yang Yi had already completely seen through the sword servant's moves and its habits when attacking, so he'd occupied an advantageous position and completely suppressed the sword servant in battle. The sword servants in the pagoda had their own advantages, yet they had disadvantages as well. It mainly depended on the sword servant's opponent. If its opponent was one of those comparatively weak youths, then its flaws wouldn't be exposed because it possessed an extremely extraordinary combat instinct and lacked any negative emotions. All of these were its advantages. However, if it encountered an opponent like Yang Yi, then its flaws would be exposed. For example, Yang Yi could improve his strength in battle and become stronger, whereas the sword servant was incapable of this. Its cultivation and combat instinct were fixed at a certain level, and if it couldn't deal with Yang Yi right away, then it was bound to suffer. This could be said to be the sword servant's weakness. Otherwise, if a human first heaven realm expert that possessed the sword servant's combat instinct fought Yang Yi, then Yang Yi would definitely lose. Because while Yang Yi was improving, his opponent would be improving as well, and while Yang Yi became accustomed to his opponent's moves and habits, his opponent would do the same as well. Under such circumstances, and coupled with the fact that Yang Yi's cultivation was lower, it would definitely be impossible for Yang Yi to obtain victory. So, the sword servant's advantages and disadvantages depended on its opponent. If one was stronger, then the sword servant would be covered in flaws, and if one was weak, then the sword servant would be covered in strong points. After another 2 hours passed, at a certain point in time, Yang Yi grabbed onto a lethal flaw of the sword servant's, and he disregarded his life as he stabbed his sword through the sword servant's chest. However, he paid the price for this as well because his left chest had been pierced by the sword servant's sword as well. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief as he gazed at the sword servant that was gradually dispersing, and then he sat on the ground and gasped for breath. This battle could be said to be the most arduous battle he'd had in his entire life, and even the battle with the gray wolf wasn't so arduous. Because during the battle with the gray wolf, he could flee when the situation wasn't good, but he couldn't flee here. He could only fight to the death here. 2 hours later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and glanced at his left chest. The bleeding there had already stopped, and there was only a small scar left there. It was already fine. Exactly what sort of existence is that tiny vortex within my body? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice as he gazed at the injury. Needless to say, the golden, profound energy created by the tiny vortex was too terrifying. No matter if it was utilized to recover or attack, it was extremely effective. Never mind. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Yang Yi didn't think any further about this. He glanced at the staircase, and then sat down cross-legged and started to recover the injuries in the other parts of his body. The 19th level was already so terrifying. So how formidable would the 20th level be? Chapter 53, the 20th level. A super genius comparable to that demonic woman has appeared in the sect. No one knew who'd spoken these words, but it caused the entire sword sect's outer court to seethe with excitement. Some outer court disciples that were originally not interested in the outer court exam had rushed over to the sword servant pagoda, and it was even to the extent that some disciples and elders in closed-door cultivation had been dragged over by their respective friends. For a time, the area outside the sword servant pagoda was unprecedentedly bustling with excitement. A first heaven realm expert at the age of 16, TSK. That Zhang Yuan within the sword servant pagoda really does deserve to be the most outstanding genius in Snow River City for the last 100 years. Yeah, I was only at the 6th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16, yet he's already at the first heaven realm. Comparisons really are odious. There are some people in the world that are called monstrous geniuses. Our sword sect already had a demonic woman. Now it has this Zhang Yuan as well. My sword sect is about to rise. There's also that labor disciple, Yang Yi. He was able to persist within the pagoda for so long, and it's sufficient to display his strength and natural talent. If nothing unexpected occurs, then he, Zhang Yuan, and Qingxue will participate in the next ascension rankings. Life really is full of ups and downs. When he was reduced to a labor disciple that day, I'd even laughed at him with some other disciples. I never expected that in such a short period of time, he has already surpassed all of us. Yes, I know about him as well. When a technique instructor was guiding me in a technique, and I wasn't learning seriously, that elder asked me if I wanted to become the second Yang Yi. If he asks me such a question now, I would absolutely say that I do. So what if his natural talent isn't bad? He'd bound to be like an accessory with Zhang Yuan taking the center stage. Junior brother, those words of yours sound like they carry some envy. However, that's true as well. After the appearance of that demonic woman, all the other geniuses on the outer court rankings dimmed in comparison and were unable to make a name for themselves. This time, there's Zhang Yuan. So that junior sister Qingxue, who had just advanced into the first heaven realm and this labor disciple, can only serve as contrast for him. When he noticed that more and more people had arrived, and the surroundings had become more and more clamorous, Chao Hua smiled bitterly and shook his heart. These fellows actually disregarded their own cultivation for the sake of seeing a genius. However, he didn't stop them because if he heard of such news, then he would definitely rush over as well. Geezer, when's the little laborer coming out? Meanwhile, Bauer looked at Xiaohua while she asked with slight impatience. She'd been waiting for a long time, and if this geezer hadn't said that Yang Yi would gain benefit from being within the pagoda, she would have entered it a long time ago and dragged him out. As he gazed at the little she-devil before him, Xiaohua felt his head hurt slightly. Actually, he was very curious about why this little she-devil would be on so good terms with Yang Yi. Moreover, she even seemed to obey everything that Yang Yi said. Geezer, I asked you a question. The little laborer will be fine in there, right? Bauer was slightly worried. Xiaohua hurriedly said with a smile, of course. It's an illusion formation that's within the pagoda, so he'll be fine even if he dies within the pagoda. As for why he still hasn't come out, I'm not very sure as well. However, I estimate that he should be coming out soon. Xiaohua had just finished speaking when the symbols of the sword servant pagoda flickered, and then a figure was teleported out. He's out. That labored disciple has come out. When he heard the voices of the disciples in the side, Xiaohua said with a smile, Look, he has come out. Suddenly, Xiaohua's voice stopped abruptly because the surroundings were too quiet, and that little she-devil had shot a hostile gaze at him again. Xiaohua instinctively glanced towards the side. He noticed that everyone, including the elders by his side, had become extremely quiet, and they seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. Xiaohua frowned and looked towards that figure which had been teleported out, and his figure instantly froze on the spot when he saw the appearance of that person. A strange scene had appeared outside the pagoda. The clamorous noise in the surroundings had vanished while everyone had become extremely quiet, and it was even to the extent that they could be said to be flabbergasted. Zhang Yuan shook his head forcefully, and he opened his eyes when the dizzy feeling in his mind vanished. He was stunned as well when he saw the scene before his eyes. Everyone was looking at him. They were looking at him without even blinking, and it baffled him. In next to no time, a brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face, and he thought in his heart, It's definitely because my results are too extraordinary, and it shocked all of these people, right? I'm a first heaven realm expert, and I've even overcome the 15th level. How could they not be shocked? When he thought up to here, Zhang Yuan stood up, and then he walked over to Xiaohua and cupped his fist before he said, Elder, I passed through the 15th level. When he spoke these words, Zhang Yuan's voice was calm, but the pride revealed on his face was extremely obvious. When he heard Zhang Yuan, Xiaohua finally returned to his senses. He didn't answer Zhang Yuan, and he just gazed at the sword servant pagoda as if he'd lost his soul. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Ha ha! Meanwhile, loud laughter resounded abruptly. It was none other than Elder Qian who was roaring with laughter. At the moment that he saw it was Zhang Yuan that was teleported out of the pagoda, his heart thumped violently, and now, when he heard Zhang Yuan, he'd become even more confident. At this moment, he'd used his laughter to vent the excitement in his heart. This outcome had truly surprised everyone, especially those elders. A profounder at the 8th rank of the mortal realm has arrived at the 19th level? What sort of notion is this? Some were happy, some were shocked, some were puzzled, and some were anxious. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was extremely puzzled. He was utterly bewildered, because the cheers, the gazes of adoration, and the attempts to curry favor with him that he'd imagined hadn't occurred. The elders had disregarded him, and the disciples in the surroundings shot strange gazers at him. Stop wondering and raise your head to look at the number on the pagoda. Right at this moment, Qing Xue that had already advanced into the first heaven realm had walked over to Zhang Yuan's side and ridiculed him. Truthfully speaking, she was extremely shocked when she saw Zhang Yuan, and just like the others, she'd thought that it was Zhang Yuan who was at the 19th level. Obviously, all of them were wrong. However, she was quickly able to come to accept it after her shock. Because compared to Zhang Yuan, she'd rather stand on Yang Ye's side for no other reason than character alone. Zhang Yuan didn't mind Qing Xue's tone, and he raised his head to look at the pagoda. When he saw the two large characters on the pagoda, Zhang Yuan's eyes instantly opened wide. After that, The expression of his face was extremely colorful. The anxious naturally referred to Lu Qingyu. At the moment he saw Jiang Yuan, he wasn't surprised but shocked. He'd never placed his thought on Jiang Yuan, and he'd been constantly calculating how long Yang Yi was within the pagoda. Needless to say, these few days were undoubtedly torment for him, and every hour Yang Yi stayed within the pagoda was like a form of torture to him, because the longer Yang Yi persisted, then greater his strength and potential were. Now, it wasn't torturing any longer, and it was a calamity. The other disciples in the surroundings that were ranked on the outer court rankings glanced at Lu Qingyu. When they saw Lu Qingyu's had clenched his fists together tightly and had a gloomy expression, all of them shook their heads and their hearts. This is a perfect example of courting death. However, this allowed all of them to understand a principle, and that was to never underestimate their enemies or give their enemies a chance. Otherwise, Lu Qingyu was the best example of the consequences. At this moment, Lu Qingyu was filled with regret as well, extreme regret. If he knew that Yang Yi would attain such accomplishments, he would have disregarded everything to kill Yang Yi on that day. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. Not to mention whether he would be able to kill Yang Yi. So long as he dared to make a move against Yang Yi, then the elders of the sword sect would absolutely not spare him. Lu Qingyu didn't continue watching. He glanced deeply at the sword servant pagoda before he turned around and left. He had no interest to know exactly what level Yang Yi ascended to now, because he had to think of a way to deal with Yang Yi. Because he knew that with the enmity between the Lu clan and Yang Yi, then if Yang Yi were to rise in strength and status within the sword sect, then Yang Yi would absolutely not spare his Lu clan. Now, he had to think about how to smother such a threat before it could mature. After he meditated for over 2 hours of time at the 19th level, Yang Yi opened his tightly closed eyes, and a wisp of joy flashed in his eyes. He said, "I never expected that this battle would actually allow me to advance to the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Life and death battles really are beneficial." Yes, after the battle from before, he'd already become a profounder at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, and the improvement in his strength allowed him to be even more confident in his ability to deal with the sword servant on the next level. Yang Yi stood up and stretched his limbs, and he nodded with satisfaction when he heard the cracking emanated from all over his body. If he were to fight that first Heaven Realm sword servant from before once more, then he would definitely not use so much of time to attain victory, because not only had his cultivation improves, even his physical strength had attained an obvious increase. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swiftly step onto the stairs towards the 20th level. Presently, he was filled with battle intent. Yang Yi arrived at the 20th level, and he was directly stunned on the spot when he laid eyes on his opponent. After that, his eyes narrowed while his expression became even heavier than when he faced that sword servant at the first Heaven Realm. Chapter 54a, Terrifying Opponent. The opponent before Yang Yi wasn't a sword servant, and it was a completely pitch-black rhinoceros. The rhinoceros was extremely huge. It was around 3 meters in height, while its figure was around 4 to 5 times Yang Yi's size, and it had fist-sized eyes. The most striking feature it had was the 2 horns on its head. The horns were around an entire half a meter in length. Especially the edges and the tip of its horns, they revealed a ghastly glow that caused one's heart to feel cold. They were like 2 sharp scimitars that emanated a heavy and oppressive pressure. Besides the 2 horns on the rhinoceros, Yang Yi was also afraid of its pitch-black scales. Its body was covered in a scale armor that was like a suit of armor, and based on its thickness, Yang Yi didn't have to touch it to know how hard it was. A king-ranked dark beast, dark scale rhino. This pagoda really thinks highly of me. As he gazed at the colossus before him, Yang Yi gasped as he revealed a wisp of a bitter expression. A first Heaven Realm expert with a strength that wasn't overstated at all was extremely formidable, and Yang Yi had already experienced it for himself. However, a king-ranked dark beast with a strength that wasn't overstated at all could absolutely be described as terrifying. After all, in the Southern Territory, dark beasts usually crushed human profounders at the same cultivation realm, especially if it was humans that hadn't attained the spirit realm. because a human's physical defense couldn't compare to a dark beast at all, especially when some dark beasts possess innate abilities. So, if a human fought a dark beast of the same cultivation realm in close-quartered combat, then the human wouldn't have any chance of winning. Of course, this excluded some top-rate monstrous geniuses. Humans only obtained an advantage when they attained the spirit realm because human experts at the spirit realm could transform profound energy into wings, fly in the air, and do battle in the air. Moreover, experts at the spirit realm even possessed some special abilities. With these special abilities and the ability to fight in midair, they were able to avoid being disadvantaged when fighting dark beasts. Now, not only did Yang Yi have to fight a dark beast, he had to fight one that was 2 cultivation realms above his own cultivation. The difficulty of accomplishing this was obvious. Yang Yi laughed with self-ridicule. That day, I dared to fight a 9th-rank dark beast while at the 7th rank of the mortal realm. Now, it's only a king-rank dark beast. So what's there to be fearful of? Moreover, don't I yearn for battle? Isn't this Colossus before me a very good opponent? After straightening out his thinking, Yang Ye's expression as he gazed at the rhino wasn't bitter as it was before this, and it was extremely calm instead. However, he didn't dare be careless. He took a deep breath, and his sword slanted downwards as the profound energy within his body surged madly towards his sword. Along with the profound energy surging ceaselessly into the sword, not only did it become gold in color, it even emanated a faint glow. At a certain moment in time, Yang Ye's eyes suddenly focused, and he slashed the sword towards the dark-scale rhino before him. Energy split sword technique. Yang Yi shouted in a fierce voice as a strand of ferocious golden sword chi shot out explosively from the top of his sword. The sword chi was like a bolt of lightning, and it arrived before the dark-scale rhino in the time of 2 breaths. At the moment Yang Ye's sword chi shot out, the dark-scale rhino moved as well. It didn't dodge the sword chi, and it charged forward swiftly instead, and moved to collide with the sword chi. Bang! The golden sword chi slashed onto the rhinoceros head. However, not only was it not injured, it blasted Yang Ye's sword chi apart instead. Moreover, it didn't slow down at all as it transformed into a black shadow that smashed towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched when he noticed that the golden sword chi actually hadn't affected the rhinoceros at all. Its defense is even more formidable than I'd imagined. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think any further. He poured his profound energy into his sword before he tapped his right foot lightly on the ground, and then his figure soared into the sky. He held the sword in his hand and slashed it down towards the dark-scale rhino that was charging at him. Clang! The sword slashed onto its head, causing sparks to spray into the surroundings, and the force that came from the dark-scale rhino itself caused Yang Ye's face to turn grim. In the next moment, this enormous force blasted Yang Yi flying, and he flew over 10 m away before he smashed heavily onto a wall. Yang Yi disregarded the roiling vital blood in his body as he hurriedly stood up, and as soon as he did, he saw a black shadow had already arrived before him. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. Even though his physical body was formidable, how could he dare collide with a king-rank dark beast? He executed Gale Step instinctively, and he moved 6 m to the side to avoid colliding with the dark-scale rhino. However, in the next moment, the dark-scale rhino made a strange turn and charged once more at Yang Yi. What swift speed! What a nimble dark beast! Yang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw the dark-scale rhino charge once more at him. This dark beast's speed and nimbleness had exceeded his expectations. He didn't dare be careless, and he executed the Gale Steps once more. However, he didn't dodge this time, and he charged forward instead to meet the dark-scale rhino in battle. He utilized the strategy he used against the colossal Python King in Cool Breeze Gorge. He didn't fight it head-on, and he moved nimbly around it while seeking an opportunity to attack. After an hour passed, not only had Yang Yi failed to gain any results, he'd almost been stabbed by the dark-scale rhino's horns on many occasions. Because this king-rank dark beast's speed and reaction were countless times better than the colossal Python King, and even though its figure was enormous, it wasn't cumbersome at all. Moreover, its defense simply caused Yang Yi to be on the verge of despair. He'd slashed countless strikes onto the dark-scale rhino's body, yet it hadn't caused any harm to the dark-scale rhino. Conversely, his arm had become numb from the force that was transmitted back to him from the collision with the dark-scale rhino's scales. Sword techniques were useless against the dark-scale rhino, while entering into closed-quartered combat was no different than courting death, and even moving nimbly while seeking for an opportunity to attack was fruitless. As for fighting while disregarding his life, so long as there wasn't anything wrong with Yang Ye's brain, he would absolutely not do that. Formidable strength and flawless defense. Yang Yi was really in trouble this time. He didn't know that while he was going through hell here, someone outside the pagoda was going through worst. That person was none other than Elder Chao Hua. As he gazed at Bauer, who'd spread out her little hands while grinning at him, Chao Hua was in a difficult situation. He really didn't want to give that sword chest to Bauer because he'd exhausted numerous years of contribution points from the sect in order to exchange for those 36 high-grade yellow rank swords within the sword chest. Especially the inscription on the sword chest, he'd paid an extremely great price to hire a talisman master to inscribe that. It could be said that the sword chest wasn't just something he utilized to protect his own life. It was his entire lifetime of savings. He was truly unwilling to give it to Bauer just like that. However, he knew that if he dared to go back on his word, then unless he left the sword sect, he would definitely suffer horrifying consequences. At this moment, Chao Hua's insides had turned green with regret. If he knew that Zhang Yuan was such a good-for-nothing fellow, then he wouldn't have mentioned that bet no matter what. Now, this was a perfect example of hurting oneself by one's own doing. Elder Qian was regretful as well. He regretted not accepting Chao Hua's bet. If he'd made the bet with Chao Hua, then wouldn't he have obtained another treasure that could protect his life? Unfortunately, there were no pills for regret in this world. Otherwise, both of them would definitely buy one. Geezer, stop hesitating and quickly hand over the sword chest. Bauer gestured and spoke with slight impatience. Chao Hua's expression changed indeterminately. Right when he was considering if he should flee, he heard Bauer say, "Geezer, you wouldn't be thinking about going back on your word, right?" When she spoke up to hear, Bauer felt that it was very likely, and she glared at Chao Hua as she said, "I knew that no one amongst all of you geezers in the outer court is good. I'm going to tell my grandpa and ask him not to inscribe for the geezers of the outer court." Now, it was serious. The teasing smiles on the faces of all the other outer court elders that were watching the show had vanished, and their gazes towards Chao Hua had turned hostile. Feng Yu said, "Brother Hua, accept your defeat. Since you lost, then give the sword chest to Bauer. Don't lose face for all of us outer court elders." "Exactly. Isn't it just a sword chest? Brother Hua, quickly hand it over. Don't spoil the reputation of us outer court elders." "Brother Hua, let me tell you that if you dare to go back on your word, then don't blame all of us for not giving you any face." "Exactly, exactly. Quickly hand over the sword chest. Don't make Bauer angry." For a time, all the elders had started to play good cop and bad cop in order to make Chao Hua hand over the sword chest. Chao Hua's expression was utterly unsightly. "What do all of you mean by it's just a sword chest? What do you mean that I'll lose face for the outer court elders?" Chao Hua truly wanted to slap all of these shameless fellows all the way to the Grand Myriad Mountains. Aren't all of you just afraid of the little she-devil's grandfather? Do all of you have to speak with such righteous indignation? All of them chose to disregard Chao Hua's unsightly expression. What a joke. The outer court had already given this little she-devil a bad impression in the past, and the little she-devil was someone that would blame everyone for the mistakes of a single person. Moreover, trying to talk about facts and reason with the little she-devil was absolutely impossible. So, they could only sacrifice Chao Hua. In the end, under the hostile gazes of all the outer court elders and Bauer, Chao Hua's face twitched without end as he withdrew the sword chest. The sword chest was over 1 m long and 2 palms wide. It was extremely huge and completely pitch black, and a strange set of symbols could be seen on the front of it. Bauer disregarded Chao Hua's pained expression and grinned as she received the sword chest from him. After that, she sized it up briefly before she said, "There's nothing great about it. If it was an Earthbale sword formation formed from profound rank swords and a sword formation inscription by my grandfather, then it could be considered to be not bad." Before Chao Hua could say anything, she continued to strike another blow to him. Look at this sword chest of yours. I won't say anything about these 36 trash swords because I know that you're poor. But I have to say something about this inscription. Looks at this symbol, its markings are lax and dim. It's obviously the work of an incompetent talisman master, and his technique is even inferior to my own. In short, this sword chest of yours is a piece of trash. Yet you were actually so reluctant. Bauer looked down on you. Chao was angered to the point his chest rose and fell violently. How can she say such things? For the sake of not dying from anger, Chao turned around and left. All the other elders watched Chao leave with pity, and then they glanced at Bauer and shook their heads. They really wanted to say, "Rich little girl, do you really think everyone is as rich as all of you talisman masters?" However, all of them very intelligently kept their mouths shut because they might be looked down upon once more if they did speak out. Bauer paid no attention to Chao Hua, who'd been angered to the point of leaving. She gazed at the sword chest in her hand, and her eyes glowed as she said, "Even though this sword chest is a real piece of trash, it's not bad for the little laborer to use. Yes, once he comes out, I'll use this sword chest in exchange for the little fellow, hee." Chapter 55, the 21st level. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Yang Yi was forced to collide head-on with the dark-scale rhino, and the outcome was obvious. Yang Yi was blasted flying without any doubt, and then he had an intimate encounter with the wall. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth as he quickly stood back up, and then his right leg tapped lightly on the ground. He relied on the counterforce from this to soar into the air in order to avoid the dark-scale rhino that had already arrived before him. At the instant he avoided the dark-scale rhino, Yang Yi took advantage of this opportunity to descend onto the bag of the dark-scale rhino. Yang Yi didn't let this opportunity slip by. He held his sword with both hands before his profound energy instantly surged into the sword, and then he swiftly stabbed it towards the dark-scale rhino's back. Clang! A resounding clang reverberated through the air, and Yang Ye's hands felt numb. He didn't have to look to know that he'd still been unable to break through the dark-scale rhino's defense. Right when he intended to strike once more, the dark-scale rhino suddenly soared into the air, and then it flipped its body in midair before descending swiftly. Based on the current situation, the dark-scale rhino intended to squash Yang Yi to death. Yang Yi was horrified. He didn't even hesitate to slap his right hand onto the dark-scale rhino's back, and he relied on the force from this to flash away. Bang! The mountain-like body of the dark-scale rhino fell to the ground, and the entire level shook as if it was an earthquake. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched when he sensed the violent trembling from the ground. If he was a step slower, then no matter how formidable his physical body was, he would have probably become a pile of mush. At this moment, Yang Yi truly had a deep feeling of powerlessness. The colossus before him was simply without any flaws. It possessed formidable strength, an abnormal defense, and a speed that wasn't weak at all. How am I supposed to fight it? At this moment, he really wanted to ask that fellow that had passed this level about exactly how that fellow had accomplished it. If he could rely on an external source of strength like a high-grade strength talisman, then Yang Yi was confident in his ability to break through the rhino's defense. However, the problem was that he couldn't rely on external sources of strength here, so Yang Yi truly felt slightly powerless. Right at the moment that the dark-scale rhino stood up, Yang Ye's brows suddenly knit together, and then for some unknown reason, his eyes had suddenly lit up. Right after that, he revealed an annoyed expression and said, "Little fellow, why didn't you say so earlier?" As he spoke, Yang Yi charged swiftly, and he transformed into a gale that charged towards the dark-scale rhino that had just stood up. Yes, just moments ago, the little fellow who was sleeping within his vortex dantian had woken up. After that, the little fellow told him about the dark-scale rhino's weakness. This caused Yang Yi to feel both delighted and depressed. He was delighted because he finally had hope of defeating the dark-scale rhino, and he depressed because the unreliable little fellow had actually only told him now. If the little fellow had told him just a bit earlier, then would he have fallen into such a sorry state? However, he didn't have the time to deal with the little fellow now. He only had a single thought now, and it was to defeat this king-rank dark beast. Yang Yi rose his speed to the limit. At the moment the dark-scale rhino had just stood up, Yang Yi had already arrived before it. The dark-scale rhino's reaction towards this wasn't slow at all. Its enormous figure immediately shot out violently towards Yang Yi, and it pressed down towards Yang Yi like an enormous mountain. Right at the moment that they were about to collide, Yang Ye's legs bent as he suddenly knelt down to the ground, and he slid on the ground beneath the dark-scale rhino. Yang Yi didn't dare miss this opportunity, and he held the sword that was suffused with a golden glow as he suddenly raised it up towards the dark-scale rhino's stomach. Hiss! The tip of the sword pierced through the dark-scale rhino's skin. However, Yang Yi didn't even have the chance to feel happy when he noticed the tip of the sword was unable to move deeper at all, and the dark-scale rhino actually intended to leap into the air to escape his sword. Yang Yi was shocked, and he didn't dare hesitate. The profound energy within his entire body surged towards the sword like a torrent, and then he utilized all his strength to suddenly spin the sword in his hand. Hiss! This time, his sword wasn't obstructed again. It penetrated through the dark-scale rhino's stomach until only the hilt of the sword remained outside. Moreover, at this moment, the dark-scale rhino's body had just leaped into the air, but it was a bit too late. The dark-scale rhino's body vanished slowly. As he watched it vanish, Yang Yi lay on the ground, and he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he said in his heart, "What luck!" Yes, this victory could truly be considered as luck. If it wasn't for the little fellow telling him about the dark-scale rhino's weak point, then besides admitting defeat, he wouldn't have any other option. Moreover, this weak point of the dark-scale rhino couldn't really be considered as a weak point because his golden profound energy and the physical strength in his entire body were merely able to pierce through its skin. Needless to say, if his strength and speed were slightly inferior, then he would probably be squashed into mush. After experiencing this battle, Yang Yi understood many things. Firstly, physical strength and defense were extremely important. Earlier, if his own physical strength wasn't formidable, then his body would have probably fallen apart from a single collision with the dark-scale rhino, and it would be impossible for him to attain victory. So, Yang Yi had decided that he would definitely train his body. With the golden profound energy, he believed that in terms of the improvement of physical defense and strength, he would be able to gain twice the result with half the effort. The second thing he understood was speed wasn't almighty. At the very least, it wasn't really effective against dark beasts. Just like the dark-scale rhino from before, his speed was already extremely swift, and he was able to execute a few tens of strikes against the dark-scale rhino within a breath of time. However, it was useless. He was unable to break through the dark-scale rhino's defense, no matter how many strikes he executed with the sword. So, he still had to improve his strength because only when an even stronger strength was combined with speed would it be able to pose a threat to dark beasts. Otherwise, if he went against a king-ranked dark beast, then he could only suffer a bearing. The third thing he understood was that he wasn't skilled enough in the utilization of techniques. His energy split sword technique hadn't been able to affect the sword servant at the 19th level or the dark-scale rhino at all. Of course, it couldn't be said that the technique was weak because he'd witnessed exactly how formidable the energy split sword technique was when Su Qingshi executed it. He presently possessed 5 types of techniques: the basic sword technique, energy split sword technique, sword control technique, sword chi finger, and gale steps. One of them was at the earth rank, one was at the mid-grade of the profound rank, and another was a high-grade yellow rank technique. It could be said that the quality of his techniques wasn't low. However, besides the basic sword technique, he didn't possess high attainments in the others, and he could only be considered to have learned their basics. All along the way, if he hadn't cultivated the basic sword technique to the point it was like a part of his instinct, and if he didn't rely on these high-rank techniques, then he would have definitely been eliminated from the pagoda a long time ago. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi took a deep breath and laughed bitterly as he said, "Looks like I still have many inadequacies." According to rumor, the geniuses amongst geniuses are ranked on the ascension ranking. With my current strength, I would probably be like an ant to them. Yang Yi had never underestimated the Southern Territory's ascension rankings. Yang Yi didn't know how many people resided in the entire Southern Territory, but he was clearly aware of a single thing: there were definitely countless monstrous geniuses in the Southern Territory. If he desired to become eminent amongst those monstrous geniuses and fight his way into the top 5, then the difficult to accomplish it was absolutely unimaginable for him. He's already bragged, and he'd even said that to a beauty. So, if he couldn't accomplish it, then not only would he lose his Tao companion, he would lose face as well. So, he had to be harsh and strict towards himself. Only with pressure is there motivation. Yang Yi smiled and stopped thinking about the future. Now, he ought to face the difficulties before him. There was a king-ranked dark beast at the 20th level, so how terrifying would the 21st level be? Would he stop at the 21st level, just like that genius from the last outer court exam? Yang Yi didn't think about it any longer. He had to recover his profound energy now. He wasn't confident in his ability to deal with the next level, but he wouldn't give up. No matter what, he wanted to give it a try, and even if it was a spirit-ranked dark beast, he would still give it a try. For days had already passed since the outer court exam began. Yet not only had the people outside the pagoda not reduced in number, more and more people were converging here instead. Especially when the news of a labor disciple at the 8th rank of the mortal realm ascending to the 20th level had spread. It wasn't just the outer court disciples that converged outside the Sword Servant Pagoda. Even some labor disciples from Labor Peak had come over. Yang Yi was still a labor disciple now, and a labor disciple had shocked the entire sword sect. As labor disciples as well, those labor disciples on Labor Peak were even more excited than the other outer court disciples. The elders of the sword sect didn't drive those labor disciples away because that freak within the Sword Servant Pagoda was a labor disciple himself. Something worthy of mentioning was that since everyone found out that the person within the Sword Servant Pagoda was Yang Yi, some people within the sect started speaking of Yang Yi as a role model of the sect. They had reason to make Yang Yi a role model. For example, Yang Yi was from an impoverished family, had endured hardships since a young age, hadn't given up even when he was reduced to a labor disciple, and so on and so forth. In short, everything bad about Yang Yi in the past had become extremely meaningful at this moment. Moreover, Elder Qian was praised by all the disciples for possessing insightful eyes to discern a genius, and Elder Qian beamed from ear to ear when he heard this. Presently, everyone outside the Sword Servant Pagoda was watching as Yang Yi would be able to break the record from the last outer court exam and create a new record. Under everyone's gazes of anticipation, Yang Yi opened his eyes in the 20th level, and then he stepped foot onto the 21st level. Chapter 56 Choice. Yang Yi had just stepped foot onto the 21st level when he saw an old man grinning at him. There were no wrinkles on the old man's face, and if it was just based on appearance, then the old man could even be said to be a middle-aged man. However, the old man's gray beard that grew until his chest and the snow-white hair on his head gave his age away. The old man gazed at Yang Yi with a smile that was extremely amiable and like a gust of spring breeze. "This is my opponent?" Yang Yi was slightly bewildered as he gazed at the old man. Based on his preconceived ideas from before, Yang Yi originally thought that it would be a sword servant that awaited him on this level, but he'd never expected that an old man would appear here instead. Moreover, this old man's expression was too alive. "Not bad. You arrived here with a strength at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Both you and that little girl aren't bad at all." Right when Yang Yi was bewildered, the old man had spoken. "You." Yang Yi opened his eyes wide, and he said with disbelief, "You can speak?" The old man smiled as he nodded and said, "I know you're extremely curious, but I don't have the time to explain. I came here to tell you that you don't have to continue." When he heard this, Yang Yi couldn't be bothered about the questions and shock in his heart as he asked, "Why?" "Because the 20th level is already the limit for someone below the 1st heaven realm," the old man explained. "Being able to arrive here with a strength at the 9th rank of the mortal realm is sufficient to prove your natural talent and potential. Once you leave this place, the sword sect will focus on fostering you. As for the difficulty of this level, already isn't something you can resist." Yang Yi went silent for a long time before he said, "Senior, I know that you're telling the truth, but I still want to ask you if I can give it a try?" In Yang Ye's opinion, this was an opportunity to ceaselessly improve himself, and he didn't want to give it up. As he gazed at Yang Ye's firm expression, the old man smiled and said, You're just like that little girl from that day. Both of you yearn for battle. However, I want to tell you that the difficulty of this level is beyond your imagination. You have to understand that the little girl from before had a much more superior natural talent and strength than your own, yet she was still unable to persist through this level. Yang Yi knew who that little girl the old man spoke of was. Since she could arrive here, her natural talent and strength were definitely not inferior to his own. However, he didn't care because he didn't have any intention to compare himself to her. He just wanted to fight. So he still said firmly, "Senior, I want to give it a try." The old man sighed. "I knew you wouldn't give up. Let me first tell you the difficulty of this level, and then you can decide if you want to give up or not. At this level, it isn't a battle with a sword servant any longer, and it's a sword formation instead. In this sword formation, 100 energy swords formed from profound energy would attack you after every 5 breaths of time. And your goal is to persist within the sword formation until these energy swords aren't of any threat to you any longer. I want to give it a try." Yang Yi gazed at the old man and spoke firmly. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, "I haven't finished speaking. The might of this sword formation isn't the main point, and the main point is the sword formation isn't an illusion any longer. In other words, if you die within the sword formation, then you'll really die." "It isn't an illusion formation any longer? I'll really die there?" Yang Yi was shocked in his heart upon hearing this. At this moment, the old man's words ceaselessly resounded in his mind. The old man continued, "I'm not lying. If you fail at this level, then you'll cease to exist in this world. The reason I've made an appearance here is that I don't want the sword sect to lose a genius." "Senior, did that person choose to continue challenging this level?" Yang Yi asked in a low voice. The old man knew who Yang Yi was referring to, and he immediately shook his head and said, "She didn't choose to continue because she knew that 100 energy swords every 5 breath of time was absolutely not something she could go against. Of course, it isn't something you can go against as well. I can clearly tell you that her strength far exceeded yours." Yang Yi went silent, and he hesitated this time. If that sword formation was still an illusion formation, then he would absolutely not hesitate because he wouldn't die. No matter how terrifying it was just an illusion formation in the end. So, he wouldn't fear it at all. However, the old man told him that it wasn't an illusion formation, and it was a real sword formation. Moreover, it was a sword formation that surpassed a first heaven realm expert and a king-rank dark beast. Yang Yi was truly hesitant. Right at this moment, the old man waved his hand, and then a sword, a scroll, and an armor appeared before Yang Yi. Right when Yang Yi was puzzled by this action, the old man said, "If you chose to withdraw, then this high-grade profound rank sword, high-grade profound rank technique, and high-grade profound rank armor will be yours." "Why?" As he gazed at these 3 treasures, Yang Yi asked with a puzzled expression. From the beginning, the old man before him seemed to be unwilling to allow him to continue. Moreover, the old man's origins were extremely mysterious. Why did this old man make an appearance here? Why is he giving me 3 treasures just to make me give up? The old man smiled and said, "I know what you're puzzled about. I can't tell you about a lot of things. I can only tell you that I'm obstructing you because I'm a member of the sword sect. I don't wish for a genius of the sword sect to perish. You ought to be clearly aware that the sword sect can't afford to lose a genius now." Yang Yi went silent when he heard this. After a long time, his gaze descended onto those 3 treasures, and the hesitation in his eyes was extremely obvious. Yang Yi was truly hesitant right now. 2 types of voices had appeared in his mind. One said, "Take it and leave, of course. What are you hesitating for? Only an idiot would risk his life to overcome that terrifying sword formation. If you leave now, then not only would you become renowned throughout the sword sect, you'd even obtain 3 profound rank treasures. How great is that? What are you still hesitating for?" On the other hand, the other voice objected, "Don't take it, of course. The path towards the martial Tao requires a fearless heart. If you give up beyond challenging this level because of unknown difficulties and for the sake of treasures, then your heart towards the martial Tao would be flawed. In the future, you'll choose to shrink back when you encounter difficulties." Meanwhile, the first voice interrupted the second voice. "Is this shrinking back? Is it shrinking back when you're facing an opponent that's impossible to defeat? This is being sensible. Moreover, not to mention whether you'll be able to pass through the sword formation. So what if you do succeed? It would be none other than a slight increase in strength. But what if you fail? Have you thought about your mother and younger sister? What would they do if you die? Would the Liu clan let them go? The second voice went silent. Obviously, Yang Ye's younger sister and mother were the most important in his heart. The old man smiled as he gazed at Yang Yi. He didn't say anything, and only a strange glow flashed occasionally through his eyes. After a long time, Yang Yi smiled and said, "Right, if I died, then what would my younger sister and mother do? For the sake of my younger sister and mother, I can't die."
So,
as he spoke, his hand stretched towards the three treasures before him. However, at this moment, Yang Yi hadn't noticed that when he spoke those words, a wisp of disappointment had obviously flashed through the old man's eye. Right when Yang Ye's hand touched the scroll, his hand suddenly shrunk back, and then he looked at the old man and said with a smile, "So, Senior, I want to continue." The old man was stunned, and then he said with astonishment after a long time, You want to continue?" Yang Yi nodded while his eyes didn't carry a trace of hesitation. There was only a firm expression in his eyes as he said, "The path towards the martial Tao is bound to be full of bumps. If I don't have firm confidence and fearless courage, then I'm bound to be unable to go far on the path towards the martial Tao." A wisp of approval flashed past the old man's eyes, and then he asked, "Then what about your younger sister and mother? What would they do if you died in the sword formation? Aren't you being a bit too selfish by disregarding your loved ones for the sake of our own martial Tao and improvement of strength?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Senior, the strong are respected in the Southern Territory. Only by possessed strength would I be able to take control of my own fate, and only then would I be able to better protect my loved ones. If I don't become strong, then the lives of my younger sister, mother, and even my own life wouldn't be in my own control in the end. Moreover, if I allow my younger sister and mother to be the excuse for shrinking back this time, then when I encounter difficulties in the future, I'll definitely utilize them as the excuse to be a coward and shrink back. So, I want to continue." Actually, Yang Ye's desire to continue wasn't merely for the sake of improving his strength now, and he was doing it for the sake of eliminating his inner demons. Yes, when those two voices appeared in his mind, he knew that he already had inner demons. If these inner demons weren't eliminated, then his will wouldn't be firm, and his heart towards the martial Tao would have been shaken. That was absolutely a calamity to him. In order to completely eliminate these inner demons, he had to continue challenging this level, because he'd become fearful after he heard the old man. Yes, that moment of hesitation was actually because of fear, and he'd been constantly avoiding this face. So, that voice that asked him to shrink back had appeared within his mind. At the bottom of it all, that voice was something he'd made up in order to conceal the fact that he was afraid. As for his mother, younger sister, or the treasures, they were all excuses. The old man gazed at Yang Yi while the approval in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. He said, "Everyone has their own inner demons, but many people either avoid or submit to these inner demons. Young man, you were able to swing your sword and eliminate your inner demons. Not bad, not bad at all. Finally, congratulations. You've passed." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure gradually vanished like the sword servants from before, and the three treasures vanished along with the old man. It really was an illusion, but the illusion this time was really realistic. As he gazed at the spot where the old man vanished, Yang Yi muttered in a low voice. After he decided to continue, his mind had cleared up greatly, and he thought of numerous things. One of them was that this scene before him was still an illusion, but he wasn't sure, because the old man was too realistic. Now, as he watched the old man vanish along with the three treasures, just like how the sword servants from before had vanished, he'd confirmed his suspicions. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he didn't look back as he walked towards the stairs that led to the 22 level. Now, he was truly fearless towards the next challenge he would face. When Yang Yi arrived at the 22th level, the others outside the pagoda seethed with excitement. Chapter 57, the 22nd level. Feng Lin arrived once more at 7 Refinement Peak. Qin Feng hadn't asked him to come here this time, and he himself wanted to instead. At this moment, he was extremely excited, truly excited, because someone even more monstrous than the demonic woman had appeared in the sword sect. Senior Sister Morong, someone has passed the 21st level and arrived at the 22nd level. Feng Lin spoke towards the gravity cavern. After a short moment, the door to the cavern opened slowly, and then Morong Yao appeared before Feng Lin. As usual, she was still so beautiful and charming. However, Feng Lin didn't dare look, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Really? Morong Yao gazed at Feng Lin as she asked in an indifferent voice. Feng Lin hurriedly said, Senior Sister Morong, I wouldn't dare deceive you no matter what. Moreover, he's only at the 8th rank of the mortal realm. The 8th rank of the mortal realm? Morong Yao frowned and said, Didn't you say that had advanced into the 1st heaven realm when you came here the last time? Why has it become the 8th rank of the mortal realm now? Are you playing tricks on me? As she finished speaking, Morong Yao's entire body emanated a formidable fluctuation of profound energy, and she seemed as if she was about to attack. Feng Lin instantly broke out in cold sweat, and he hurriedly explained. Senior Sister Morong, calm your rage. It isn't that I deceived you. Someone had really advanced into the 1st heaven realm within the Sword Servant Pagoda, but we'd never expected that it wasn't that fellow at the 1st heaven realm who'd ascended to the 22nd level, and it was that Yang Yi who'd been reduced to a labor disciple. On the other hand, that fellow who advanced into the 1st heaven realm had only ascended to the 15th level. Morong Yao restrained her aura upon hearing this, and she gazed towards the Sword Servant Pagoda, and then she seemed to have thought of something, causing her beautiful face to instantly turn icy cold. She said, Damnable old bastard. You actually dared to deceive me. A profounder at the 8th rank of the mortal realm ascended to the 22nd level? Interesting. He's qualified to make me meet him. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she directly vanished on the spot. As he watched Morong Yao flash towards the Sword Servant Pagoda, Feng Lin heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Junior brother Yang Yi, good luck surviving that demonic woman. More and more people arrived outside the Sword Servant Pagoda. Or it could be said that everyone from the outer court and was within the sect had come. If it was said that some people felt some disdain or lack of interest towards Yang Yi, then since the moment Yang Yi stepped foot onto the 22nd level, not a single person dared to maintain that disdain or calm mentality. In the last 100 years, there had only been 2 records in the Sword Servant Pagoda. One was Su Qingshi's record at the 19th level 10 years ago, and the other was Morong Yao's record at the 20th level. Yet now, someone had broken both these records and improved it once more. Moreover, it seemed as if this person would continue going up. So, no one was able to maintain their calm. Even if it was some disciples that were on the verge of breaking through, they'd stopped temporarily and came to the Sword Servant Pagoda to lay eyes on this heaven-defying labor disciple. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was extremely displeased, especially displeased. Originally, these people in the surroundings had probably come here for him, yet now, he who was the most outstanding genius from Snow River City in the last 100 years had been disregarded by everyone. Yes, had been disregarded by everyone. No one came to make friends with him or curry favor with him, and even the outer court elders had disregarded him. When he thought up to here, Zhang Yuan clenched his fists tightly and cursed in a low voice. That damnable labor disciple. What did you say? Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded by Jiang Yuan's side. Zhang Yuan turned around to look, and he noticed a little girl was staring at him with a hostile gaze. At this moment, he was feeling displeased, so how could he bother about a little child? So, he immediately said angrily, What does that have to do with you? Don't bother me. How dare you scold me? Bauer glared at Zhang Yuan while she clenched both her small fists tightly. So what if I did? Where did you come from, little child? Get the fuck home and drink some milk, otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Shut your mouth. Zhang Yuan hadn't finished speaking because Elder Qian had interrupted him from the side. Elder Qian glared angrily at Zhang Yuan and said, Apologize to Bauer. His tone allowed no dispute. It wasn't just Elder Qian. Even the other elders at the side were glaring angrily at Zhang Yuan, and it seemed like if he dared to say no at all, then they would immediately transform him into ash. As he gazed at those elders that were glaring angrily at him, Zhang Yuan's heart went cold. He was unable to figure out why these elders would treat him in such a way because of a little girl. After all, he was at the First Heaven Realm, a First Heaven Realm expert at the age of 16. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was extremely aggrieved in his heart. Not to mention a 16-year-old First Heaven Realm expert. Even if he was a 16-year-old King Realm expert, these elders would still not hesitate to stand on Bao'er's side. Not to mention that Bao'er's grandfather was a Heaven Talisman Master. Even Bao'er's own value far exceeded Zhang Yuan. Actually, all of these elders didn't just give in to Bao'er on every occasion solely because of Bao'er's grandfather, and it was also because Bao'er herself was a Grade 5 Talisman Master. When a 16-year-old First Heaven Realm expert was compared to a 14-year-old Grade 5 Talisman Master, then not to mention them, even all the other sects wouldn't hesitate to choose the 14-year-old Grade 5 Talisman Master. Apologize. I'll give you one last chance. Elder Qian's eyes narrowed slightly while he spoke in a cold voice. Zhang Yuan's heart trembled when he heard Elder Qian's emotionless voice. He knew that if he didn't apologize, then he would definitely suffer punishment. Moreover, not only did those other elders at the side not speak on his behalf, they glared angrily at him as well. At this moment, even an idiot would realize that this little girl's identity was definitely not simple. He didn't dare hesitate to bow to Bao'er, and he revealed a smile as he said, "So, sorry, I apologize to Senior Sister. I hope Senior Sister can forgive me." Bao'er grunted coldly, and then she paid no further attention to Zhang Yuan before looking towards the Sword Servant Pagoda. At this moment, she only hoped that the little laborer would come out quickly and give the little fellow to her. All the elders heaved sighs of relief when they noticed that the little she-devil hadn't gotten angry. Because this little she-devil was famous for refusing to let the matter rest, and she wasn't someone that was reasonable at all. If the little she-devil really insisted on pursuing the matter, then it would be slightly difficult for them. After all, Zhang Yuan still wasn't a disciple of the sword sect, so they didn't have the authority to punish him. Fortunately, the little she-devil's mood wasn't bad, and she didn't pursue the matter. After he watched the attitude these elders had towards Bao'er, Zhang Yuan turned around to ask an outer court disciple about Bao'er's identity. When he found out that Bao'er's grandfather was the peak master of Talisman Peak and the consequences those outer court disciples who offended Bao'er faced, Zhang Yuan broke out in cold sweat from terror. At the 20-tuned level, when he saw the scene before his eyes, Yang Ye's heart couldn't help but thump violently. There was no sword servant or old man at the 20-tuned level, but there were numerous symbols on the walls and the surroundings. Obviously, it was a formation, and based on what the old man had said before, Yang Yi was sure that this was that sword formation. Yang Yi stopped at the staircase and didn't walk to the center. He was naturally not afraid, and he was just thinking of a strategy. If it was really as the old man had said, and it shot 100 energy swords towards him after every 5 breaths of time, then he had to think of a method to deal with it. Otherwise, his heart would probably be pierced through as soon as he walked in. Dodge? Yang Ye's first thought was to dodge. However, he quickly rejected this method. Not to mention whether he would be able to dodge with his current speed. So what if he could? What would the next batch? He would probably be unable to dodge after less than 2 breaths of time had passed. Since he couldn't dodge, then he could only go head-on against them. However, Yang Yi wasn't confident in his ability to accomplish that. "Little fellow, do you have any ideas?" In the end, Yang Yi could only ask the little fellow, and he hoped that the little fellow would give him some help just as it had before this. However, he was disappointed. The little fellow shook its head within his vortex dantian to display that it was helpless as well. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly, and then he leaped up and lightly descended at the center. Since he didn't have any good strategy to deal with the formation, then he could only proceed with caution because strategies are things that are forced out by pressure. At the instant Yang Yi had just descended at the center, the symbols on the surrounding walls instantly lit up. After that, they flowed swiftly according to a certain pattern, and it wasn't long before all the symbols in the room had started to flow swiftly. It was even to the extent that the floor beneath Yang Ye's feet had lit up, and it was flowing as well. Yang Yi stood at the center, and he had a heavy expression as he gazed at the strange symbols beneath his feet. Moreover, as his golden, profound energy poured endlessly into the sword in his hand, it gradually started to tremble as if it had come to life. Swish! Right at this moment, 100 energy swords suddenly shot out from the walls and the surroundings, and they shot violently towards Yang Yi from all four directions. Moreover, they were swift like bolts of lightning. At the center, Yang Ye's eyes narrowed while a wisp of a savage expression surged onto his face. Chapter 58, Sword Control Technique. Yang Yi let out a low shout as he executed Gale steps to the limit, and the sword in his hand slashed down fiercely towards the over 30 energy swords before him. Yang Yi didn't dare hold back. Under the amplification provided by the golden, profound energy, Yang Ye's full-forced attack caused the sword in his hand to seem as if it had stabbed through the air. Everywhere his sword passed, an extremely obvious wave of air seemed to appear, and a sharp and ear-piercing whistle resounded through the air as well. Bang! An energy explosion rumbled and resounded through the surroundings. The energy swords that collided with Yang Ye's sword instantly dispersed into the air, whereas Yang Ye's speed didn't reduce at all as he brushed past the remaining energy swords. Yang Ye's figure stopped, and then he turned around and didn't even look before he charged swiftly and stabbed with the golden sword in his hand. Bang! Another energy explosion resounded. Yang Ye's stab had shattered a few of the energy swords at the front, and then he brushed past the remaining energy swords once again. In the next moment he turned around, and then he turned again. Since the moment the formation activated, Yang Yi had ceaselessly repeated these movements, and he could only do this. The energy swords were too swift and too numerous. So, if he wanted to dodge them, it was utterly impossible to accomplish with his attainments in the Gale Step technique, and he could only go head-on against them like he was at this moment. Of course, he had to pay a heavy price to accomplish this. In next to no time, Yang Ye's entire body, including his face, was covered in dense bloody marks. Besides his fierce eyes, there was practically not a single uninjured spot on his body, and it was still increasing. At this moment, Yang Yi believed the old man. This sword formation was utterly not something someone below the first heaven realm could go against. If he didn't possess a physical body that was on par with the 9th-ranked Dark Beast and the heaven-defying recuperative ability of the golden profound energy, even he would be unable to persist for 15 minutes within this sword formation. Yes, it was entirely because of his physical body that he was able to persist now. Even though he was unable to dodge those energy swords couldn't do much to him as well, because besides tearing open some injuries on his skin, those energy swords were utterly unable to deliver any lethal harm to him. Bang! Yang Yi slashed apart over 10 energy swords with a single strike of the sword, and the remaining 10+ collided with his shoulder and limbs. The intense pain from his entire body caused the corners of Yang Ye's mouth to twitch, and he said in his heart, "If this continues, then I'll definitely be ground to death by this sword formation. I must think of a way to overcome it." When he thought up to here, Yang Yi casually stabbed apart a few energy swords that arrived before him, and then his gaze hurriedly swept through the surroundings as he said in his heart, "There's definitely a way. There definitely is. I just have to find the method to deal with these energy swords, and only then would I be able to overcome this level." Yang Yi truly desired to sit down and slowly think of a method to deal with the sword formation, but would the sword formation give him that chance? 100 energy swords would arrive after every 5 breaths of time, and it would absolutely be on time. So, Yang Yi had to deal with the energy swords while swiftly contemplating a method to overcome the sword formation. Needless to say, this really tested the quickness of his mind. After another hour passed, not only had Yang Yi not thought of a good method, he didn't seem like a person any longer. At this moment, his clothes had already vanished completely since a long time ago, and his entire body was exposed in the air. It wasn't just that, his entire body was covered in blood, and it seemed as if he'd bathed in blood. It was an extremely terrifying and hideous sight. What a freakish sword formation. Who the fuck made such a formation? Is this really used to test disciples and not to torture? As he felt the intense pain and discomfort that came from his entire body, Yang Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. Since the sword formation was activated until now, this period of time could really be considered as torture for him, and if it was an ordinary person in his place, that person would have probably been struck down by the energy swords and then perished on the spot. However, he didn't. Since the beginning, he felt truly fortunate that his physical body was formidable, and it could resist these energy swords. However, at this moment, he wished for nothing more than to have a slightly weaker body. Why? Because it was precisely the strength of his physical body that created his current appearance. If his physical body was comparable to a king-rank dark beast, then these energy swords would be like scratching an itch for him. However, the problem was his physical body wasn't that strong. His physical defense carried a certain amount of resistance towards these energy swords, yet it wasn't able to fully resist them. So, it had created the current circumstances where the energy swords could cut open his skin, yet were unable to cause any lethal harm to him. To put it simply, it would hurt, yet it wouldn't take his life. If this wasn't torture, then what was? In the past, Yang Yi had heard about the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. He hadn't witnessed it, but he'd experienced it himself right now. However, Yang Yi noticed an occurrence that could be said to be favorable to him, and it was that at the same time his entire body was sliced apart, the tiny vortex within his body seemed to really approve of his body's current state. Because the tiny vortex took the initiative to ceaselessly send gold profound energy through his entire body, and it repaired the injuries his body sustained. Why did he feel like the tiny vortex approved of his current state? Because Yang Yi had observed carefully in the past. So long as his body suffered extremely great harm, then the tiny vortex would automatically repair his body, and he didn't have to circulate his profound energy by himself at all. Moreover, if the golden profound energy within his normal dantian was insufficient, then the tiny vortex would allow the golden profound energy within it to flow out, and it was extremely generous at such moments. This caused Yang Yi to be extremely puzzled. However, he didn't have the time to care about all of this now. Presently, he was facing an even greater problem, and it was how he should deal with these energy swords. Yang Ye's mind spun swiftly. He had to think of a way right now. Otherwise, if this continued, then he would definitely be tortured to death, even though the tiny vortex had taken the initiative to repair his body. But it was obvious that he received injuries more swiftly than they were repaired, and if this went on, then not only would it be a form of inhuman suffering to him, it would probably endanger his life. Because Yang Yi didn't dare guarantee whether this was still within an illusion. The formidableness and some other characteristics of this sword formation coincided extremely well with what the old man had said. So the old man might not have been formed from the illusion realm, or even if he was formed from the illusion realm, the old man's words were true. In short, no matter what, Yang Yi didn't dare take this gamble. So he had to survive even if it was really an illusion. Another hour passed. Yang Yi already showed signs of exhaustion. No matter if it was his strength or speed, they'd obviously decreased. This discovered caused the hairs on Yang Ye's entire body to stand on end. Because when he fought the sword servants earlier, he would at most be tired in the heart and exhausted in spirit, but the various aspects of his body were completely fine. Yet now, problems had arisen in his body. So what did that mean? It meant that it might really not be an illusion. Yang Yi took a deep breath while he tried hard to calm himself down. If he still didn't calm down in such a situation, then he would be truly courting death. Suddenly, Yang Ye's eyes lit up as he'd thought of a method. He acted as soon as he thought of it. Right when those 30-plus energy swords arrived before Yang Yi, he didn't collide forcefully with them as he had in the past. He abandoned his defense and offense instead, and then he executed the sword control technique towards those 30-plus energy swords that had arrived before him. When those energy swords that were on the verge of stabbing into Yang Ye's face, chest, and various other vital points, a strange scene appeared. Under the control of Yang Ye's will, those energy swords suddenly moved a few centimeters to the side. Hiss! The 30-plus energy swords collided with Yang Ye's body, and then fresh blood flowed once more from his body. However, Yang Yi seemed as if he hadn't felt the intense pain that came from his entire body, and he was excited to the point he almost leaped up with joy. Because the sword control technique could actually control energy swords that had no owner. This discovered caused Yang Yi to feel as if he'd suddenly found a fire in a bottomless abyss. So, how could he not be excited and delighted? After this, it was comparatively more relaxed for Yang Yi. He first utilized his entire strength to shatter a few energy swords, and then he executed the sword control technique to control the remaining energy swords and change their directions. Needless to say, this method was really good. Under such circumstances, the harm he received from the energy swords grew lesser and lesser. One's potential while residing in a hopeless situation was enormous. When Yang Yi practiced the sword control technique in the past, his improvement could be described as being as slow as a tortoise. Yet now, Yang Yi's improvement could be described as being at an amazing speed. In the beginning, he could only control a few energy swords, but 4 hours later, he was already able to affect over 10 energy swords. After 8 hours, he could already control almost 20 of the 30-plus energy swords. Time passed by gradually. After a day had passed, Yang Yi was already able to affect over 50 energy swords. However, he could only accomplish this in a certain area. But this was already sufficient for him. Presently, so long as an energy sword entered into an area of 30 m around him, it would be forcefully redirected by him, and then it would collide with other energy swords. It could be said that he was extremely relaxed now. 3 days passed. At this moment, besides being covered in blood and seeming to be slightly terrifying, Yang Yi wasn't in a sorry state any longer. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground while there wasn't a trace of a solemn or anxious expression on his face, and there was a relaxed expression there instead. The symbols in the surroundings trembled as a new round of energy swords attacked. The 100 energy swords shot violently towards Yang Yi from all directions, and they were swift as usual. As he gazed at those energy swords that shot explosively towards him, Yang Yi's face that was covered in blood had a smile that was practically impossible to notice hanging on it. When those 100 energy swords entered into an area of 3 m around him, they suddenly and mysteriously made a turn and shot explosively towards a different direction. Bang! The 100 energy swords collided with the wall, and the collision emanated an enormous explosion. Right when Yang Yi waited for the next round of attacks, a voice suddenly resounded in the spacious room. Good strength, good sword technique, good physical ability. You're very good. You can come here and cultivate in the future, and you can challenge the remaining 7 levels after you've attained the King Realm. As soon as this voice finished speaking and before Yang Yi could say anything, Yang Yi, the heavens and the earth spin around him, and then a strand of dizziness came from his head. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi suddenly heard people seeming to be shouting his name from the surroundings. Yang Yi has come out. He has come out. Chapter 59, An Utter Humiliation. Yang Yi shook his head forcefully and then opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his gaze was a few old men, and he knew all these old men. They were the elders of the outer court. However, there was something off about them, because these old men were staring at him with excited expressions at this moment, and their gazes seemed like that of a scoundrel who'd laid eyes on a peerlessly beautiful woman that was completely nude. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi felt a wave of disgust. He was just about to speak when Elder Qian took a step towards him, and then he asked with a slightly trembling voice, Little Yang, you passed through the 22 level? Elder Qian clenched his fists as soon as he finished speaking. It wasn't just him, even the other elders at the side had done the same. Obviously, all of them were nervous, or perhaps it could be said that they were excited and delighted. When he heard this, Yang Yi thought of the voice he'd heard in the room earlier, and he said truthfully, Elder Qian, I don't know if I passed through it. However, it's said that I can come to cultivate within the Sword Servant Pagoda in the future, and I can challenge the remaining levels after I attain the King Realm. When they heard Yang Yi, all the outer court elders glanced at each other, and their eyes carried undisguised shock. After a short while, Elder Qian hesitated for a moment and asked, Little Yang, Is what you said true? Did someone really speak to you? If it was any other elder that doubted him like that, then Yang Yi would definitely feel displeased. However, he wouldn't feel this way when facing Elder Qian. He immediately nodded and said, Elder Qian, even if I deceived others, I wouldn't deceive you. There's a sword formation on the 22 level. After the energy swords of the sword formation posed no further threat to me, that voice appeared, and then I arrived outside. The elders exchanged glances once more. This time, they didn't doubt him any longer. Actually, they hadn't doubted him in the beginning. They'd asked him for a second time only because they wanted to confirm it, and they had now. So, besides Elder Qian, all the other elders didn't say another word before turning around and leaving with solemn expressions. This matter was extraordinary, and they had to notify the Grand Elder. Yang Yi paid no attention to the unusual actions of the old men, and he was just about to stand up and stretch his limbs. Right at this moment, a woman that wore a red dress suddenly arrived before him. When he saw this woman's appearance, Yang Yi was instantly dazed, and his breath was taken away. The woman was extremely beautiful, truly extremely beautiful. In Yang Ye's life, only Su Qingshi's appearance could compare with this woman that stood before him. Even though their appearances were on par, their dispositions were completely different. Su Qingshi's disposition was simple, elegant, and cold. She was like an otherworldly celestial maiden. On the other hand, this woman before him was different. This woman was beautiful because she was provocative. Yes, no matter if it was her appearance or dressing, they were extremely provocative. Even if she didn't speak or do anything as she stood there, it caused one's blood to surge. Yang Yi suppressed the feelings in his heart, and right when he was about to speak, the woman before him had sized him up and said, You passed through the 21 stand 22 level? Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he nodded before he asked, You're? The woman didn't answer Yang Yi. She raised her head and looked towards the sword servant pagoda instead, and then a cold glow flashed in her eyes. After a long time, her gaze descended once more onto Yang Yi, and she said, Can you tell me what sort of tests were on the 21 stand 22 levels? I'll owe you a favor for it. Yang Yi smiled and said, You don't have to owe me a favor. It's only a trivial matter. The 21st level was a test of the mind, and if there was no problem in one's mental state, then it was very likely that one can pass directly through it. As for the 22 level, it's a sword formation. 100 energy swords will attack the challenger after every 5 breaths of time, and it's extremely difficult. The woman's beautiful brows raised, and she sized Yang Yi up once more before she said in a low voice, The 22 level isn't an illusion. Yang Yi was right about to say something. Right at this moment, a breeze blew by. Yang Yi felt chilly throughout his body, and he lowered his head subconsciously to look. After that, Yang Yi froze. In less than a breath of time, Yang Yi cried out loudly with a voice that tore through the sky, and then he hurriedly covered a certain spot with both his hands before he executed Gale steps to the limit and vanished on the spot, while roaring laughter resounded from the surroundings. As they watched Yang Ye's naked figure vanish into the distance, all of them roared even louder with laughter, and even Elder Qian had started laughing. Yes, Yang Yi was completely naked when he arrived outside. In the beginning, everyone had noticed this since the beginning, yet they didn't tell him because they were still in shock. All of them had recovered from their shock when Yang Yi spoke with the woman in a red dress. As they watched Yang Yi talk with a beauty while completely naked, for some unknown reason, all of them, including Elder Qian, hadn't warned Yang Yi. Elder Qian laughed for a while, and then he turned around to look at every in the surroundings as he said in a serious expression, Those that aren't participants of the outer court exam, go do what you're supposed to be doing. Those that are participants of the outer court exam and pass through the 5th level of the Sword Servant Pagoda, congratulations, you're already an outer court disciple of the Sword Sect. Those that win the top 10 positions in the competition tomorrow will obtain rewards from the sect. Now, all of you go rest. When he spoke up to here, Elder Qian glanced at those youths in the surroundings and said, As for those that were unable to pass through the exam, all of you can rest for a night in the Sword Sect. But all of you must leave the Sword Sect tomorrow. If you're found to be still within the Sword Sect in the afternoon tomorrow, then the Sword Sect will drive you out by force. All the youths cheered when they heard Elder Qian. No matter what, They were disciples of the sword sect from now on, and they would have cultivation resources. On the other hand, some youths sighed with dejection, and their disappointment was utterly obvious for everyone to see. All of them weren't just entrusted with the hopes of their family, they were even shouldering their own future. Unfortunately, they'd failed. As it was said, while some are happy, there are always some that are sad. At a place that no one paid attention to, Su Qingshi seemed to be lost in thought as she watched Yang Yi flee. She'd arrived here when Yang Yi passed through the 20th level. However, she didn't allow anyone to notice her. Truthfully speaking, Yang Ye's performance had exceeded her expectations. She was very clearly aware of exactly how terrifying the 19th and 20th level of the Sword Servant Pagoda was. At that time, she'd been defeated in the battle with the king-rank Dark Beast. But she'd never imagined that Yang Yi would actually defeat the king-rank Dark Beast and even pass through the 22nd level. This had really exceeded her expectations. After a long time, Su Qingshi withdrew her gaze, and then she gazed at the scroll in her hand. The content of the scroll was, Yang Yi, male, 17 years old, from South Peace City in the Grand Qin Empire's state of Jing. He possesses a steady disposition, and he placed great importance on his ties with others. However, he's extremely vengeful. Because of his mother and younger sister, there's irreconcilable enmity between him and the South Peace City's Liu clan. 20 years ago, his mother, Su Qingshi, gazed at the scroll for a long time, and then she sighed. After that, she exerted slight force with her hand, and the scroll instantly transformed into pieces that scattered in the air. You're the sword sex. Cool breeze gorge. I completely lost face. It was an utter humiliation. Those damnable elders actually didn't tell me about it. How am I supposed to face others in the future? It was such an embarrassment. After he wore a set of clothes, Yang Yi cursed without end. When he recalled that he'd actually been naked in front of so many people, and he'd even chatted with a woman for that long, Yang Yi was simply embarrassed to death. How am I supposed to face others in the future? What's so embarrassing about that? Isn't it just a few kilograms of flesh? So, what if others took a few glances at it? The woman in a red dress had suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart when he heard the woman, and he turned around to look at the woman while revealed an extremely heavy expression. He'd actually not noticed when the woman had arrived behind him. So, if the woman launched a sneak attack against him, then Yang Yi didn't dare continue on this train of thought. Who are you? Yang Yi asked in a low voice. Morong Yao. The woman smiled and said, all of them like to call me a demonic woman. Yes, I'm that person that passed through the 20th level. When he heard this, Yang Yi was slightly surprised, and he said, you're that demonic woman that's ranked at the top of the outer court rankings? Yang Yi had heard of this demonic woman in the past. However, he'd never met her in the past. Moreover, because he was reduced to a labor disciple, he hadn't paid any attention to those people on the outer court rankings. But he'd heard of this demonic woman's reputation. Supposedly, this demonic woman was an extremely monstrous genius, and she was invincible in the outer court. It was even to the extent that some outer court elders weren't a match for her. In the past, Yang Yi doubted this slightly, but he believed it slightly now. Not to mention anything else, just this demonic woman's movement technique and ability to conceal her auras were something that Elder Feng Yu and Elder Qian couldn't compare to. Morong Yao didn't answer Yang Yi, and she asked instead. All the other participants of the outer court exam that were teleported out from the Sword Servant Pagoda, and me included, were only mentally exhausted, yet your entire body was covered in injuries. So, the 22nd level isn't an illusion but reality? When he heard this, Yang Yi went silent for a moment, and then he said, I feel that it's real. Not to mention anything else, the injuries that cover my body can prove it. Morong Yao went silent, and then she asked after a long time, why didn't you continue? Yang Yi shook his head and said, after I overcame the sword formation at the 22nd level, I was directly teleported out. As for why this happened, I'm not very sure as well. Yang Yi didn't tell her everything because he wasn't familiar with this demonic woman after all. Oh, said Morong Yao. After that, she glanced at Yang Yi and didn't continue asking this question. She said, You can be considered to be a real outer court disciple now. So let's spar if you have the time in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Yang Ye's answer before she turned around and leaped, and then she vanished at the entrance to the gorge. What a strange girl. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as he gazed at the spot where Morong Yao vanished. After that, he walked towards the entrance of the gorge. He still remembered that some people owed him a profound rank sword and the vermilion spirit fruit that the little fellow wanted to obtain at all costs, even if the little fellow had to seize it by force. Chapter 60. A Letter from Home. Yang Yi arrived at the outer court peak, and after inquiring for a while, he finally found Zhang Yuan's residence. After he found Zhang Yuan, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and directly asked from Crimson Red. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. The Crimson Red sword was the present his grandfather had given him on the day he became a first Heaven Realm expert, and it was his one and only profound rank dark treasure. Besides, for the sake of showing off, the reason he'd utilized it to make a bet that day was because he was confident in his own ability, and he felt that he would absolutely not lose. However, who would have expected that this fellow before him would actually break the sword sex records from the past 100 years? As he gazed at Zhang Yuan, Yang Yi frowned and said, "Concede defeat and quickly hand it over. I still have to go look for that woman." "There's no need for that. I've already brought it over." Meanwhile, a woman's voice sounded out from behind Yang Yi. It was none other than Qing Xue who made the bet with Yang Yi and Zhang Yuan that day. She walked over to Yang Yi and didn't speak a word before her index finger, which she wore her ring on, shook lightly, and then an exquisite little box appeared in her hand. After that, she passed it over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi received it from her before he opened it to have a look. A strand of fragrance assaulted his face, and he saw the fruit from that day. Yang Yi smiled as he nodded lightly to Qing Xue, and then he put the box away before he turned around to look at Zhang Yuan. He said in an indifferent voice, "Hand over the sword. Don't make me look down on you." Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before he said, "Yang Yi, this crimson red sword is a treasure passed down in my Jiang clan. How about?" Yang Yi glanced at Zhang Yuan, and then he said, "I'm not an unreasonable person. How about this? You can give me something of equivalent value to the crimson red sword." When he heard Yang Yi, Zhang Yuan hurriedly withdrew some things. There were dark treasures, techniques, and spirit herbs. However, their value was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the crimson red sword, which was at the profound rank. As he gazed at those things, a wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth. Is this fellow trying to act shamelessly? Meanwhile, Qing Xue ridiculed from the side. "Zhang Yuan, if you want to go back on your word, then be frank about it. You've even withdrawn all of these pieces of trash? Do you think Yang Ye's a 3-year-old child?" She truly didn't have a good impression of Zhang Yuan, or it could be said that he didn't have any good impression of arrogant and haughty people like Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan glanced at Qing Xue with a gloomy expression, and then he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, even though the value of these things isn't on par with the crimson red sword, they're useful to you right now. How about this? Keep all of these things and take it as a form of friendship, all right?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't want to form any sort of friendship with you. I've changed my mind. I only want the crimson red sword. Accept your defeat and hand it over." A wisp of a cold glow flashed past Zhang Yuan's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Yang Yi, don't act in such an uncompromising way." Yang Yi shook his head at Zhang Yuan, and he didn't waste his breath any longer. He directly executed the Gale Steps technique and instantly arrived before Zhang Yuan, and then he suddenly launched a punch at Zhang Yuan's chest. Yang Yi wasn't one that liked to waste his breath. This fellow, Zhang Yuan, obviously didn't want to hand the crimson red sword over, so he would only be wasting his time if he continued wasting his breath on Zhang Yuan. Since it was like that, then it was better to directly make a move against Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan and Qing Xue had both never imagined that Yang Yi would actually attack directly. Zhang Yuan didn't have the time to think, and he instinctively smashed his fist towards Yang Ye's fist. Crack! A clear and melodious sound of bones breaking resounded. Zhang Yuan let out a shrill cry, and he was just about to retreat and increase the distance between him and Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi had suddenly grabbed onto his fist that had become weak from having its bones broken, and then he pulled Jiang Yuan's fist towards him before his left hand moved forward and grabbed, allowing him to directly grab a hold of Jiang Yuan's neck. I'll count to 3. If you still don't hand the crimson red sword over, then I'll kill you. As he held Jiang Yuan's neck, Yang Ye's voice that didn't carry any emotion sounded out, and he said, 1. Jiang Yuan's countenance was ghastly pale, and he was astounded in his heart. Never had Jiang Yuan imagined that Yang Ye's physical strength would be so formidable, and his speed would be so swift. Jiang Yuan didn't even have the time to react before his neck was already in Yang Ye's hands. 2. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed while a strand of ghastly killing intent flashed within them. Jiang Yuan's countenance grew even paler when he noticed the killing intent in Yang Ye's eyes, and a strand of terror instantly filled his body. Right when Yang Yi was about to shout 3, Jiang Yuan subconsciously withdrew the crimson red sword and said in a hoarse voice, I concede. After he took the crimson red sword in his hand, Yang Yi let go of Jiang Yuan's neck, and then he didn't even spare a glance at Jiang Yuan as he placed the crimson red sword into his spatial ring before turning around and leave. He took a few steps before he suddenly turned around to look at Jiang Yuan as he said, Actually, I forgot to tell you that unless it's on the life and death arena, killing is prohibited in the sword sect. You're new, so it's normal that you're unaware of that. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't spare another glance at Jiang Yuan, who had a livid expression, and he turned around and left. On the other hand, after she recovered from her shock, Qingxue glanced at Jiang Yuan with disdain, and then she ran off in Yang Ye's direction. Jiang Yuan clenched his fists tightly with a livid expression, and his eyes seemed as if they could spray flames. Since he was young, he'd never suffered such a humiliation. No, it was a disgrace. It was his disgrace. Yang Yi, just you wait. Jiang Yuan roared in a low voice as he gazed towards the direction Yang Yi took. At the training grounds, Yang Yi gazed at the woman called Qingxue who stood before him, and he said, Miss Qingxue, if you have something to say, then be frank. Qingxue gazed at Yang Yi and said, The disciples of clans are extremely proud, and they're mostly narrow-minded. Since you treated Jiang Yuan in that way just now, then if he has the chance in the future, he'll definitely not let you off. Yang Yi smiled when he heard this, and he said, Firstly, thank you for your advice. You're right. With Jiang Yuan's proud disposition, he'll absolutely not forget this matter. But, so what about that? I should give up the crimson red sword out of fear that he would take revenge? If it's mine, and if I have the strength, then I don't mind forcefully reclaiming what belongs to me. You're very domineering and extremely arrogant. Qingxue gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I'm not domineering or arrogant. Miss Qingxue, you've just arrived at the sword sect, so I'll give you a suggestion. When facing people like Jiang Yuan who ask for insult, you shouldn't reason with them, because if you do, then they'll think you're afraid of them, and they'll act even more shamelessly. You can only utilize your fists to make them take the initiative to reason with you. Qingxue thought for a moment, and then she started smiling before she said, Thank you for your suggestion. I think it's extremely useful. Right. May I ask if you've already attained the first heaven realm? Yang Yi shook his head. Then why were you able to subdue Jiang Yuan, who's at the first heaven realm, with a single move? Qingxue spoke with astonishment. The first heaven realm? Yang Yi smiled and said, Miss Qingxue, you think that Jiang Yuan advanced into the first heaven realm by normal means? In any case, I think he definitely utilized external forces to attain the first heaven realm. Do you think that someone who attained the first heaven realm through the use of external forces would possess the strength of a true first heaven realm expert? Moreover, I'd launched a surprise attack against him and caught him off guard as well. So, that's how it is. Qingxue nodded, and then she said, Right. Some of the new outer court disciples have established a small group, and I'm temporarily acting as the leader of this small group. Are you willing to join us? Right. Jiang Yuan has probably established another small group with some other outer court disciples. When he heard this, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, I won't be joining it. As if he'd thought of something, he added, Of course, it isn't because I'm proud or something like that. The main reason is that there's enmity between me and someone on the outer court ranking, and he probably has a small group of his own. If I join your group now, then it would only be harmful to all of you. Qingxue went silent for a moment, and then she said, the group has only been established now, even though I'm the leader of it, but I still don't have any authority yet. If that person that has enmity with you targets our small group, then it's very likely to cause our small group to immediately fall apart. How about this? I'll invite you to join after I establish a certain level of authority in the group. What do you think? Let me declare in advance that I'm not afraid of that enemy of yours. Yang Yi nodded with a satisfied feeling in his heart. The reason he'd spoken with this woman for so long was that he would rather have another friend than another enemy. Now, when he heard what Qingxue said, he felt that it was worth making friends with this woman. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi smiled and said, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Yang Yi, from South Peace City. Qingxue was stunned when she heard Yang Yi, and then she revealed a smile and said, Song Qingxue, Martial Proclamation City. She'd personally witnessed Yang Yi's natural talent and strength, and she didn't hate his character and disposition, so she didn't feel any aversion towards becoming friends with such a person. Just like this, Yang Yi had one more friend in the sword sect. If Zhang Yuan shows signs of taking any actions against you, then I'll notify you at the first possible moment. As soon as she finished speaking, Qingxue turned around and left. Right when Qingxue had just left, a labor disciple ran over to Yang Yi, and the labor disciple passed an envelope to Yang Yi and said, Big brother Yang, this your letter from home. Yang Yi withdrew some gold coins and passed it to that labor disciple. After that labor disciple left, Yang Yi opened the envelope, and his expression changed abruptly when he read the content of the letter. Chapter 61 Returning Home. Lu Clan. If anything happens to my younger sister and mother, then it'll annihilate your entire clan. Yang Yi held tightly onto the little in his hand while his expression was savage and terrifying, and he walked quickly to Elder Qian's residence. The letter wasn't written by little Yao, and it was Qing Hong instead. The letter said that Yang Yi's younger sister and mother had suffered a sneak attack by a group of unknown black-clothed people 2 days ago. This group of black-clothed people was extremely formidable, and the three of them were utterly unable to resist these black-clothed people. Fortunately, these black-clothed people didn't desire to take his younger sister and mother's lives, and they only intended to capture the two of them. However, luckily, his younger sister and mother hadn't been captured by them because the sudden appearance of Qing Hong and the others had taken those black-clothed people by surprise. The battle between them had drawn over the patrolling guards in South B City, and the black-clothed people withdrew when the patrol arrived. Qing Hong hadn't hesitated at all to send Yang Yi a letter asking Yang Yi to think of a way to overcome all of this. When he saw the content of this letter, the first thought that entered Yang Yi's mind was the Lu clan. His family had practically no enemies within South B City, and it only had a great deal of conflict with the Lu clan, especially after he formed an agreement to fight Lu Qingyu on the life and death arena. This conflict between them had become irreconcilable. After feeling furious, Yang Yi felt fortunate. He felt fortunate that had asked Qing Hong's group of 3 to head to South B City and protect his younger sister and mother, because if they weren't there, then his younger sister and mother would have probably been unable to avoid disaster. After feeling fortunate, he was furious again. His younger sister and mother were the most important people in his life, yet the Lu clan had actually dared to make a direct move against them. So, at this moment, Yang Yi truly desired to annihilate the Lu clan. Elder Qian, I'm going back to South Peace City. Within Elder Qian's room, Yang Yi gazed at Elder Qian while he spoke in a low voice. When he saw Yang Yi arrive with a gloomy expression, and after he heard what Yang Yi said, Elder Qian was stunned. After that, he said, Yang Yi, the competition between all of you new outer court disciples will begin tomorrow, and the top 10 will receive rewards from the sword sect. There are profound rank techniques amongst those rewards. Moreover, it's very likely that the peak masters of the other peaks will remember the names of the top 10. This is an opportunity. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he told Elder Qian about what had occurred in South B City. Elder Qian's expression turned solemn after he heard Yang Yi, and he said, This is probably related to Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu? Yang Yi was puzzled, and he asked, "Isn't he in the sword sect?" Elder Qian shook his head and said, "Lu Qingyu left the sword sect when you ascended to the 21st level of the sword servant pagoda, and 2 other disciples that were ranked on the outer court rankings had left along with him. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to it, and I thought that after he found out about your natural talent, had returned to South B City to ask his Lu clan to get on friendly terms with your family. But I never expected that he hadn't returned to get on friendly terms with you, and had returned to deal with you instead." A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he heard this, and he said, "Only 2 months remain before the agreed-upon battle between him and me would commence. Looks like he can't wait to eliminate me." Elder Qian said, "Little Yang, with your current potential and natural talent, do you truly think that the sword sect would allow him to kill you on the life and death arena? It wouldn't. Even if you lose on the life and death arena, the sword sect wouldn't allow him to kill you because your existence is related to the next ascension rankings. And Lu Qingyu probably understands this principle. So, if he wants to kill you, then he can only leave the sword sect. And the reason he intends to capture your younger sister and mother is probably for the sake of drawing you out of the sword sect." Yang Yi bowed to Elder Qian, and then he said, "Elder Qian, I'm already an outer court disciple now. So, in other words, I can leave the sword sect at any time to temper myself. I want to ask Elder Qian to allow me to utilize the teleportation formations at the teleportation platform." Utilizing the teleportation formation was the reason Yang Yi had come to look for Elder Qian, because outer court disciples didn't possess the qualifications to utilize the teleportation formations, and in the outer court, only the elders could utilize it. Elder Qian said in a low voice, "Lu Qingyu's strength has already attained the 3rd rank of the 1st heaven realm, and the 2 disciples that left with him are respectively at the 1st rank and 2nd rank of the 1st heaven realm. At this moment, you're only at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, and you're utterly not a match for them. How about this? I'll head to South B City and meditate with the Lu clan while you rest at ease and cultivate in the sword sect. What do you think?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Elder Qian, the enmity between the Lu clan and I are already irreconcilable, and the Lu clan probably understands this as well. Even if they promise Elder Qian on the surface that they wouldn't cause trouble for my younger sister and mother, they'd still make a move in secret. Him going back this time was the exact intention of putting an end to the enmity with the Lu clan." As he finished speaking, Yang Yi's tone had become extremely cold and ghastly. Elder Qian's lips moved, yet he didn't continue persuading Yang Yi any longer. He was extremely clearly aware of the status Yang Yi's younger sister and mother had in his heart. The Lu clan's actions of making a move against his younger sister and mother had truly touched Yang Yi's reverse scale. Just as Yang Yi had said, it was truly irreconcilable this time. However, it was very likely that Yang Yi might suffer misfortune when he returned this time. After all, the strengths of Lu Qingyu and those other 2 disciples were absolutely not something Yang Yi could go against. However, he was very clearly aware that even if he didn't allow Yang Yi to utilize the teleportation formation, Yang Yi would rush back to South B City all the same. He had a very good understanding of Yang Yi's temper. Elder Qian sighed in a low voice after a long time. "Come, they'll take you to the teleportation platform." "Thank you, Elder Qian." Yang Yi cupped his fists towards Elder Qian as he spoke. Elder Qian shook his head and said with a low voice, "They'll take you to the teleportation platform, but I want help you deal with the Lu clan. You ought to be clearly aware that the Grand Qin Empire is extremely averse towards sex interfering in the enmity of the mortal world. If I interfere, then it's very likely to cause conflict between the sword sect and the Grand Qin Empire." Even though he really cared about Yang Yi, he would absolutely not bring harm to the sect because of Yang Yi. "I understand," Elder Qian continued. "Besides that, you're not returning to South B City now as a disciple of the sword sect, and you're returning as a labor disciple. Understand?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he came to an understanding. If he entered into battle with the Lu clan, and he was a disciple of the sword sect, then it would undoubtedly cause the Grand Qin Empire to be displeased with the sword sect. When he thought up to here, he said, "Elder Qian, I understand. However, everyone knows that I'm already an outer court disciple now." "So?" Elder Qian shook his head and said, You're not a true disciple of the sword sect yet. In order to become a disciple of the sword sect, you have to wait until after the competition tomorrow. The sect will distribute the sect's uniform, and your names will be recorded on the sword sect's register for disciples. Only then will you be considered as a disciple of the sword sect. Strictly speaking, you're not a disciple of the sword sect now. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he nodded and said, I understand. Elder Qin nodded and said, Come. They'll take you to the teleportation platform. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and headed out of his residence. Yang Yi hurriedly followed him. The sword sect was built on Void Mountain, and Void Mountain continued on for over 500 kilometers, and there were 7 main peaks and 36 small peaks in the sword sect. Every single peak towered into the clouds, and they were extremely far away from each other. Especially the distance between the 7 main peaks. If one walked on foot, then an outer court disciple would at least have to walk for a few days. So, there was a teleportation platform on every single peak in the sword sect, and these teleportation formations provided teleportation towards the other peaks. Of course, these teleportation formations weren't for the use of outer court disciples, and it was for the inner court disciples, elite disciples, and elders of the 7 main peaks to utilize. As for why the outer court disciples couldn't utilize them, it was because the outer court disciples lacked the strength to utilize them. There were dangers when it came to teleportation formations. When one is teleported, it would cause that person to feel dizzy and uncomfortable throughout the body. If that person's strength was too weak, it might even cause that person to become muddled or even fall unconscious during the teleportation process. If one lost consciousness while being teleported, don't worry, it wouldn't lead to death, and it would only lead to a loss of all mental ability. Such cases had occurred in the sword sect in the past. Thus, from then onwards, the sword sect prohibited outer court disciples from utilizing the teleportation formations. Yang Yi and Elder Qian arrived at the teleportation platform. When the disciples guarding the teleportation platform saw that it was Elder Qian, they bowed to him and paid no further attention to him. The teleportation platform was a few meters high, and it was a stone platform that was over 30 m wide. There were over 100 light blue circles on the stone platform. Every single blue circle represented a peak. Of course, some were connected to other places like dangerous areas in the Grand Myriad Mountains, or some cities within the Grand Qin Empire. As he gazed at those circles, Yang Yi knew that he could absolutely not enter the wrong circle. Otherwise, once he did and was teleported to a place like the territory of a king-ranked dark beast in the Grand Myriad Mountains, then he would really be unable to return with his life. Moreover, such an accident seemed to have occurred in the past. Fortunately, from that day onward, the light blue circles were labeled with their destinations. Chapter 62, Giving the Sword Chest Away. Elder Qian pointed at one of the light blue little circles and said, This teleportation formation leads to Rising Sun City. Once you arrive there, you can choose to ride the flying beasts of merchant groups and head to South Peace City. Of course, you can also utilize the intercity teleportation formation of the Grand Qin Empire, but it's extremely expensive. Elder Qian withdrew 2 talismans and passed it to Yang Yi as he said, This is a low-grade Strider talisman and a mid-grade healing talisman. The Strider talisman can improve your speed by 30% for 4 hours, whereas the healing talisman is able to quickly heal any injuries you suffer so long as it's not one that has injured your foundation. As he gazed at the 2 talismans that Elder Qian passed to him, Yang Yi's heart felt warm. He knew that even though Elder Qian was an outer court elder, such talismans were extremely precious to Elder Qian. After all, it was utterly impossible to exchange for such talismans without over 10,000 contribution points. As an outer court elder, Elder Qian only obtained a few hundred contribution points every single month. These 2 talismans weren't precious to Yang Yi, but Elder Qian's intentions really touched Yang Yi. Even though Elder Qian said that he wouldn't help Yang Yi, weren't these actions an indirect form of assistance? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he didn't refuse it. He received the 2 talismans from Elder Qian and said seriously, Thank you, Elder Qian. Elder Qian smiled as he shook his head and said, It's only 2 talismans. There's no need to thank me at all. I can only help you this much. Go on. Yang Yi bowed to Elder Qian, and then he walked towards the blue circle. Right when Yang Yi was about to walk into the blue circle, a clear and melodious voice caused Yang Yi to stop moving. "Little laborer, wait right there. Wait." It was Bao'er's voice. Yang Yi turned around and looked down from the platform when he heard this voice. He saw Bao'er running swiftly towards him, and she was even waving as she ran. The corners of Elder Qian's mouth twitched when he saw Bao'er, and then he said, "She waited outside for 2 days when you were in the Sword Servant Pagoda. In the end, she returned to the Talisman Peak when you still didn't emerge from the pagoda. Right? Both of you have a good chat. I want join in." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qian didn't even wait for Yang Yi to answer him before he leaped towards the side, and as soon as he descended to the ground, he vanished from Yang Yi's field of vision with a few movements. As he watched Elder Qian run as if he was fleeing for his life, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Looks like the outer court elders are extremely fearful and troubled by Bao'er." Bao'er ran over to Yang Yi and gasped heavily for breath. Her little face seemed to have flushed red from worry, and it was like an apple and was extremely cute. "Calm down and rest first. I want leave for now." Yang Yi smiled as he spoke. Bao'er glared at Yang Yi, and she said after resting for a moment, "Little laborer, Bao'er hates you to death. You didn't even come to look for me after you came out from there. Tell me, do you even take me to be a friend?" "Bao'er, I just came out from there not too long ago. Moreover, I don't know where the Talisman Peak is, so how could I go looking for you?" Yang Yi spoke in an aggrieved manner. "I don't care." Bao'er grunted and said, "In any case, you made me wait for 2 days, and I want you to compensate me. That's your true objective, right?" said Yang Yi. Bao'er's face that had just returned to normal turned red once more. She seemed to have turned angry from embarrassment, and she raised her right leg and kicked Yang Yi forcefully before she said, "I don't care, I don't care. You've made me angry. Give me the little fellow and he'll forgive you. I want the little fellow." Yang Yi's head ached slightly. Bao'er is really captivated by the little fellow. But even if Yang Yi was willing to give the little fellow to Bao'er, would the little fellow be willing to leave with Bao'er? "Little laborer, give me the little fellow, all right? I guarantee that the little fellow will have a life of luxury by my side. I won't allow anyone to bully it, and he'll take extremely good care of it, all right? It wouldn't be happy if it follows you because you're too poor," said Bao'er. Yang Yi's face turned black. "I admit that I'm poor, but what do you mean by it won't be happy?" Yang Yi really wanted to throw Bao'er into his vortex dantian to see how happy the little fellow was within the pool of profound energy. Yang Yi thought for a moment before he said in a gentle voice, "Bao'er, didn't I tell you already? If you want the little fellow, then you have to make the little fellow have a good impression of you, and make the little fellow take you as a friend. So long as the little fellow takes you to be a friend, then would it refuse when you ask it to follow you? But the little fellow is always by your side, and Bao'er doesn't have any time to form a relationship with it at all. Why don't you give the little fellow to me, and allow me to form a relationship with it, all right? Of course, I won't treat you unfairly." As she spoke, Bao'er withdrew a sword chest and passed it to Yang Yi as she said, "Look at this treasure. This is a great treasure. There are 36 high-grade yellow rank swords within it, and there's even an inscription on the sword chest. It's a mid-grade profound rank sword formation. It's very, 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 very formidable." As he gazed at the sword chest, Yang Yi's heart sped up uncontrollably. It was obviously a treasure at first sight, but he really couldn't give the little fellow away. Yang Yi took a deep breath and tried his best to avoid thinking about the sword chest, and he felt slightly amused as he gazed at Bao'er, who seemed like a little fox. Since they'd met, this little she-devil had first tried to obtain the little fellow by force, then Shed tried to be diplomatic, and now Shed tried to tempt him. This little she-devil will truly stop at nothing for the sake of the little fellow. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he said in a serious manner, "Bao'er, truthfully speaking, I've been tempted by this sword chest. However, I really can't give the little fellow to you. It's only following by my side because of some reasons that even I don't understand fully. Moreover, just like you, the little fellow is my friend, and I don't have the right to give it to you." Bao'er went silent. After a short while, she said, but I really, really like the little fellow. I really, really like it. Even though she's slightly unruly, she's still a child in the end." Yang Yi sighed in his heart, and he rubbed Bauer's little head in a doting manner before he said in a gentle voice, "Bauer, let me ask you, do you want to become friends with the little fellow? Or do you want to take the little fellow to be your pet?" Bauer blinked and said, "Is there any difference between that?" "Of course," Yang Yi said. "Do you know why the little fellow is willing to stay by my side? Because it met you first." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he nodded and said, "All right, that's also a reason. However, do you know why it wasn't tempted by you and still chose to stay by my side?" Bauer thought seriously for a moment and said, "Perhaps you gave it even better things." Yang Yi was speechless. Why doesn't this little girl get into character? Can't you just ask me why? Yang Yi decided to stop asking, and he directly came to the point and said, "The reason the little fellow is willing to stay by my side is that we're friends. It takes me to be a friend, and I take it to be a friend as well. While it stays by my side, it's free, and it can leave at any time. But if it follows you, then you'll take it to be a pet, and it would lose its freedom. If it was you, would you be willing to lose your freedom?" Bauer glanced doubtfully at Yang Yi and said, "Little laborer, are you deceiving Bauer? In the past, when Grandpa was unwilling to give Bauer something, he would speak about many principles to me." Yang Yi. Right when Yang Yi was speechless, Bauer said, "However, I think what you said makes sense. In the future, I won't try to take the little fellow from you. They'll try to make friends with the little fellow. Yes, make friends, and not make it be Bauer's pet." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. The little she-devil has finally come around. Bauer passed the sword chest to Yang Yi and said, "They'll give this piece of trash to you. It just occupies space in my spatial ring. All right, since there's nothing else, they'll be returning to the Talisman Peak." As she spoke, she turned around, yet after she took 2 steps, she seemed to have thought of something and turned around once more before she said, "Little laborer, Grandpa will be back soon, so you can't fall behind in the Tao of Talismans. Grandpa is extremely strict." "Of course not," said Yang Yi with a smile. Bauer nodded, and then she placed her hands behind her back as she jogged off into the distance. As he watched Bauer's pigtails swing about as she left, Yang Yi smiled, and his heart felt warm when he lowered his head and gazed at the sword chest in his hands. Yang Yi shook his head and placed the sword chest into his spatial ring, and then he walked into the teleportation formation. Chapter 63, Keep a Slightly Low Profile. Rising Sun City was a large city that possessed a population of over 5 million. In terms of its scale and level of prosperousness, then amongst all the cities in the state of Jing, Rising Sun City was merely inferior to the capital city of the state of Jing. The prosperity of Rising Sun City could be said to be the contribution of the Sword Sect and the Grand Myriad Mountains. Even though the Sword Sect was at the bottom amongst the 6 extraordinary sects, its resources, reserves, and the strength of its higher-ups was still something that no one dared to underestimate. Of course, the most important reason was that the Sword Sect was a consumer of goods as well. The Sword Sect's population was huge. Even though all these people were mostly profounders still needed clothes and food. Moreover, they wanted to wear the best and eat the best. As for various other expenses, the Sword Sect's expenses were huge as well. So, the Sword Sect had its own businesses in the mortal world as well. Of course, these businesses were managed by members of the mortal world. The place the Sword Sect chose to do business was Rising Sun City. As for why the Grand Myriad Mountains were said to have contributed greatly, it was because of expenditure as well. Of course, it wasn't the members of the Sword Sect but those mercenaries around the Grand Myriad Mountains. All of these mercenaries that headed to the Grand Myriad Mountains to search for herbs and hunt dark beasts needed a place to purchase goods, and that place was Rising Sun City. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi gradually heard the clamorous voices of a crowd. Moreover, the sounds and voices slowly grew more and more numerous. After a short moment, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and it was a young man over the age of 20 that appeared within his field of vision. When he saw Yang Yi open his eyes, the young man cupped his hands towards Yang Yi and said, "Senior brother, you're awake." As he gazed at the man before him, Yang Yi asked. You're? The young man bowed and said respectfully, Junior brother is called Ma Nan, and am an honorary disciple of the Sword Sect. Am in charge of serving the disciples of the sect that come to Rising Sun City, and am also a manager of this happiness inn. An honorary disciple? Yang Yi frowned slightly, but in next to no time, he came to an understanding. The position of honorary disciple usually referred to those disciples that managed the businesses of the Sword Sect in the mortal world. The status of these honorary disciples was similar to the labor disciples in the Sword Sect, and they didn't possess much status in the sect. However, they were slightly better than labor disciples because the names of honorary disciples were registered in the Sword Sect's Register for Disciples. Moreover, after honorary disciples provided a certain level of contribution to the sect, they could become outer court disciples. Yang Yi glanced at this honorary disciple called Ma Nan, and he was slightly surprised when he noticed Ma Nan's cultivation, because this disciple called Ma Nan was actually at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. However, Yang Yi still shook his head because such natural talent of being at the 9th rank of the mortal realm while over the age of 20 was something the Sword Sect would definitely not take a liking to. Yang Yi stopped allowing his thoughts to be distracted, and he asked, Brother Ma, may I know if there's a branch of the Talisman Masters Association in Rising Sun City? Ma Nan was stunned when he heard Yang Yi's method of address, and then he hurriedly said, Senior brother, it's fine to call me Junior brother or Little Ma. Ma Nan can't endure being addressed like that. All of these disciples of the Sword Sect were extremely haughty when they arrived at Rising Sun City, and they were extremely difficult to serve, so how could he dare to allow Yang Yi to address him respectfully as brother? Yang Yi shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Ma, you're an honorary disciple of the Sword Sect. Since you're an honorary disciple, then we're brothers of the same sect. Perhaps others don't think in this way, but at the very least, I do. There's no need to make a fuss about how I address you and tell me the answer to my question. Yang Yi understood that those disciples of the sect were extremely arrogant, and it was especially so when they faced these honorary disciples. They always seemed to feel a sense of superiority. However, Yang Yi didn't because had been a labor disciple who possessed a status that was even inferior to honorary disciples. When he heard this, Ma Nan took a glance at Yang Yi, and when he saw that Yang Yi's expressions didn't seem to be feigned, his impression towards Yang Yi improved greatly. He stopped making a fuss about the method of address and said, in the past, the Talisman Masters Association didn't exist in Rising Sun City. However, after Rising Sun City's level of prosperity rose to become on par with the capital city in the state of Jing, the Talisman Masters Association opened up a branch in Rising Sun City. Senior brother, you intend to head to the Talisman Masters Association? Yang Yi nodded and said, I do intend to go there. Can Brother Ma lead the way? Truthfully speaking, it's my first time in Rising Sun City, and I don't know anything about the city. Of course. Ma Nan agreed without any hesitation. Right when the two of them were about to leave, energy fluctuations suddenly arose from the teleportation formation that Yang Yi was standing on just moments ago. And then a young man that wore the robe of an outer court disciple walked out from within the teleportation formation. After he walked out of the formation, the young man took a glance at Yang Yi, and when he noticed that Yang Yi wasn't wearing the clothes of a disciple from the Sword Sect, he said to Ma Nan that stood by Yang Yi said, Little Ma, help me prepare some dried food and 5 sets each of clothes of various styles. Remember, I only want southern-style clothes. Make it quick, I'm in a hurry. Ma Nan cupped his fists to the man and said apologetically, Senior brother Su Feng, I've already promised to lead this senior brother. How about I purchase everything for senior brother Su Feng once I bring him to his destination? Su Feng was slightly surprised, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and said, You're a disciple of the Sword Sect? His voice carried a questioning tone. Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly, but he still nodded and said, I just became an outer court disciple. Even though Elder Qian said that he wasn't considered to be an outer court disciple now, even Elder Qian himself probably didn't believe these words. Presently, Yang Yi only lacked a symbol of his identity. A wisp of a teasing smile appeared on Su Feng's face when he heard this, and he said, So it's a junior brother that just became an outer court disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Ma Nan and said, Quickly get what I need to be done. Don't blame me for being merciless if you're slow. All the new outer court disciples in the sword set would be ragged by the senior disciples in the outer court. Had been ragged in the past, and had ragged others as well. Now, he intended to rag Yang Yi. Ma Nan glanced at Yang Yi, as if he was asking for Yang Yi's decision. If Yang Yi wasn't in a hurry, then he would get it done for Su Feng first. Yang Yi understood what Ma Nan meant upon noticing Ma Nan glancing at him. However, Yang Yi's time was extremely precious right now, so he immediately said, "Brother Ma Nan, please bring me over there first." If Su Feng had a good attitude towards him and was really in a hurry, then Yang Yi wouldn't mind allowing Ma Nan to deal with Su Feng first. However, Su Feng's attitude aroused extreme displeasure in Yang Yi's heart. So, since Su Feng had made him feel displeased, then why would he allow Su Feng to be pleased? Ma Nan was in a slightly difficult situation when he heard Yang Yi. He honestly wanted to take Yang Yi to the Talisman Masters Association first. After all, there was an order to things. However, Su Feng wasn't so easy to get along with, and if he really led the way for Yang Yi first, then Su Feng would definitely look for trouble with him. Su Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Junior brother, allow senior brother to teach you a principle. You should keep a low profile. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to survive in the sword sect." Yang Yi said with a smile, "You're right, one has to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it'll be extremely difficult to survive. Allow me to teach you a principle as well. These words are established on strength. What do you think?" "Oh." A wisp of a sneer curled up on the corners of Su Feng's mouth, and he said, "So junior brother intends to have a spar with senior brother. Then allow senior brother to seek guidance from junior brother's extraordinary ability." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he smashed his fist at Yang Yi. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then a figure was blasted flying before fiercely smashing onto the wall. Yang Yi withdrew his fist and gazed at Su Feng, who lay at the foot of the wall as he said, "Why don't you know how to keep a low profile when you merely possess the strength of a 9th-rank mortal realm profounder? Would it kill you to keep a slightly lower profile?" Ma Nan had completely frozen at the side. My God, that's a 9th-rank mortal realm expert. Yet he was actually unable to resist a single strike? Su Feng stood up slowly as he wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Yang Yi, and a wisp of fear flashed in his eyes before he said, "You, who are you?" Yang Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and spoke to Ma Nan that was still frozen by his side. "Brother Ma, take me to the Talisman Masters Association." Yang Yi didn't have even the slightest bit of a good impression towards haughty and arrogant disciples like Su Feng. Ma Nan nodded stiffly, and then he led Yang Yi out in a slightly mechanical manner. In his mind, he was still thinking about that punch that Yang Yi had executed. It was too swift. It was truly too swift. Yang Yi. Suddenly, Su Feng's eyes opened wide, and he said, "He's that Yang Yi who ascended to the 22nd level." He didn't recognize Yang Yi because had gone home to visit his family during the period that the outer court exam was held. However, had heard of Yang Yi. Yes, when Yang Yi ascended into the 22nd level, this piece of information hadn't just spread throughout the sword sect, it had even spread outside the sword sect. He was burning with impatience to return to the sword sect this time because he intended to watch the competition between the new outer court disciples that would be held tomorrow. It should be said, as he wanted to lay eyes upon Yang Yi who had broken the sword sect's record in the Sword Servant Pagoda. However, never had he imagined that not only had he met Yang Yi beforehand, but had even fought Yang Yi. Moreover, had never ever imagined that he wouldn't even be able to resist a single strike from Yang Yi. As he watched Yang Yi and Ma Nan's figures gradually vanish into the distance, Su Feng muttered, "As expected of the person that ascended into the 22nd level, what a formidable strength." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.